This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police in Kiminini, Trans Nzoia County have arrested the 56-year-old man suspected of child trafficking and rescued a 10-year-old boy. Officers acted on a tip-off from the public after the man was seen with a child in Nyamira village. The suspect, identified as Gilbert Nyabuto, claimed he was a deputy commissioner with the National Intelligence Service and showed an ID, but a search of his bag revealed suspicious documents.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Radio Generation. The time right now is 1 minute past 6 o'clock. My name is Mungana Mbuvi and I'm seated here with the great man himself, C.T. Muga. C.T., good morning. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Is it that I catch you off guard or the microphone catches you off guard? Which is it?
No, the greeting is good, and I want to respond, and I realize I need to be responding on the mic. And then I also realize the mic isn't exactly in front of me.
Yeah.
So that's why there's always this me pulling it towards me.
Easter is finally over. I don't know if you've noticed.
Yes, it is.
I didn't notice because tunakujanga kazini kila siku, so by the time when I realize Easter imeisha, my friend, Easter inakwanga imeendelea. Ukikuja kazini bado inaendelea, watu wa news bado wanakwanga wakiendelea, so wakati wakamuka ni ule, so noticing Easter ikisha, but Easter finally imeisha. Today is the 7th day of April 2026. This month, by the way, for real, inaenda haraka. That also reminds me, if you have not done your tax returns, my guy, do not wait until last minute.
Start thinking about it.
Hii inakuanga noma sana. Unaweza jipata like literally last minute you've not done anything. There's a time when I used to be irresponsible. I would wait until that last minute, and then by the time you're going to do your tax returns, my friend, hiyo ndio wakati internet inaamua haifanyi kazi. Hiyo ndio siku KRA systems zinaamua niligongo fine. I think that time I was fined some 20 G's. Yeah, that was a very expensive mistake, my friend. So nowadays inakuanga gangari nayo. Well, let me tell you what is significant about today. I will start off with something that happened all the way in a place called Rwanda. So this is the Rwanda genocide began a day after the Rwandan and Burundian presidents were Burundi presidents were killed in a plane crash. So yesterday we did say that the plane went down on 6th of April, but then today is when now the genocide started. But City, you were telling us that something had started way earlier and it was sparked way before. It wasn't necessarily at the president's dying. It had already been brewing.
That was the straw that broke that particular camel's back.
Yeah.
It's like now finally they had a good excuse. Because for what we saw to have taken place, nothing spontaneous about it. Nothing had been planned. Yes.
Ilikuwa imeshapangwa kitambo. Hii ilikuwa kwa tusazile za guys, when you give the signal and the plane going down, where's the signal?
When you go back and you look at some of the people who were accused, like the guy called Kabuga, who was followed.
That guy apparently was here in Kenya at one point.
Lived here for a long time.
Yes.
When you look at the history of it and you look at the number of people who had machetes.
Yes.
Because these people were just chopping people down. Okay? Somebody had to buy those things. Huh?
Yeah.
It's not as though everybody had a machete. Somebody had to supply. And some of the things that came up even in the court proceedings in Arusha pointed to how it is those things were purchased, how it is the propaganda that worked against the Hutu was propagated, and so forth and so forth and so forth.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where?
The chain of events that took place over a period of time. But as I told you, in the early 60s, there was something similar. There was an exodus of very many individuals from Rwanda, specifically the Hutu. Again, there was a problem of this nature. This group of individuals were referred to as the colonialists. When you look at the history of their involvement on this continent and how they sparked off certain conflicts, with hindsight, it looks like the understanding was that they want to, one, cause division among the people who lived in the country.
Yes.
Secondly, they wanted to decimate and completely erase individuals within the continent who, one got the impression, were little knowledgeable and were likely to cause sort of resistance that would not favor them. the most brutal of these particular colonialists on this continent were the Belgians ruled over Congo.
Under King Leopold.
Oh, Other people claimed the colonies for the monarch, the monarchy rather, the Britain. Leopold, it was his property.
That was for him, himself, and me, myself, and I.
It was one of the most vicious, one of the most brutal colonial occupations ever.
How comes that thing is seldom spoken of? We talk about what the British did, but the other colonizers are
because the British colonizers. That's why we talk about them. Yes.
And a little bit of the French, because they still have some influence here in Africa.
They have a lot of influence, yes.
Yes, but the rest we never, it's like we even forgot Germany colonized Africa at one point.
Yes.
We forget Italians were here at one point. They're never spoken of, but we keep on talking about the British and the French. Norma. Anyway,
by the way, that isn't just it. Remember, the Germans were in Namibia. Okay?
Si walikuwa hapa Tanzania pia?
Lakini in Tanzania they had the majimaji uprising. Iliwashtua, but that one people were uprising. When the Herero decided that they were actually now going to resist, my friend, the number of, they more or less exterminated an entire community, man.
Yeah.
And this was before the World War. So, the issues about the Holocaust and what have you, the European Holocaust is given a lot of prominence. The Holocaust that the Germans perpetrated in Namibia was way before then. Yes. They paid reparations.
Okay.
1.3 billion euros, which was supposed to be over a period of 30-year paid. Okay. But they didn't even apologize adequately. They made suggestions of wrongdoing, but an absolute confession. The only colonizer who seems to have had the courage to do that is a Dutch monarch. He went and apologized.
Right.
Point blank. Yani we're wrong. Sorry.
Yes. Hapa tulichoma.
Hapa kabisa.
Tulibant.
When King Charles came to Kenya, he touched on it. Misgivings. Lugha ni yao.
So they choose the words.
Direct.
Sorry, actually, is that what happened back in the day? Was actually unfortunate.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, but let's look forward.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So that we can see how we can two countries come together and basically work towards the betterment of humanity. Yeah. Anyway, in 1966, the U.S. Navy recovered a hydrogen bomb that was lost by the Air Force in the Mediterranean Sea of Spain. Now, a hydrogen bomb is a nuclear bomb. It's a thermonuclear bomb, as they like to call it. But this thing is worse than the uraniums and the other kinds of nuclear bombs that you can never imagine. This thing literally mimics the kind of reactions that happen in the sun. You see why the sun is the sun? Why the sun releases why the sun releases all the heat that it does? It is because of that thermonuclear fusion. When hydrogen atoms fuse together, then they release energy. Now, that is what a hydrogen bomb is. If one were to release a hydrogen bomb in a place like let's say Nairobi, bro, that thing will flatten everything, including Kajiado. Every county that is close to Nairobi, Kajiado, Nairobi, Machakos. Nairobi, first of all, will be flattened for sure. Machakos, went all this way to Kiambu. That's how bad a hydrogen bomb can be. This thing was lost. How on earth do you lose how on earth do you lose a bomb? Forget a hydrogen bomb. How on earth do you just lose a bomb?
And when they created the bomb, what was it for exactly?
Of course, for war.
Okay. Where did they use it?
They didn't use it anywhere. The only nuclear bombs that were used were those ones in Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
What I keep asking myself is the thinking behind the creation of a bomb whose effects and consequences are so absolutely dire.
Yeah.
What sort of mind creates such things?
Exactly. Huh? That's why they're called mad scientists. Even that time Akina Oppenheimer created the bomb that destroyed Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Do you know how many scientists wrote about why those scientists should not continue that particular Manhattan project. Like they were being told by their own colleagues,
bro,
like, guys, what on earth are you doing?
I want you to just take a step back and understand that one of the things that America did, Britain also did this.
Yes.
Germany was way, way, way ahead of them in terms of experiments and science and the understanding of things. Just look at, for instance, the army and how well equipped the ammunition they had, the planes they had, just the military outfit and warfare machinery that they had.
Yes.
Many of the scientists who had been responsible for these things were taken by these two countries. These are people who were not persecuted.
Yeah.
They were taken to these respective countries and they were allowed to continue some of the experiments that they had had. Meaning the prowess was recognized.
Yes.
Okay. When you have a country or you have a group of countries who have spent most of their lives just killing each other, they then find new ways of killing each other. Start with the sword, spear, realize this thing is not effective enough.
Yeah.
Gun comes along, this one is not enough. Can you have one which sprays very many bullets at the same time? Yes, the Gatling gun and the others come along.
Yeah.
But remember, you are creating this thing so that you can kill other human beings. That's why I was asking, what sort of thinking is this?
Like I said, mad scientists. And here's the funny part, when all is said and done, when all is said and done, they're still creating worse weapons than we had in the 1960s.
It's an industry. When they call it a complex, they are calling it a complex for a very good reason. And they understand. You see, that is one business endeavor that thrives well when there's a war.
Yes.
In the absence of conflict, that business doesn't do very well. So when there's, like now, that business is doing well.
Yeah, mabunduki, yeah, bombs.
Yeah, because if you once you expend once, you have to replace it.
Interesting fact, that bomb that they dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki did not hit the ground and then it went kaboom. It actually detonated a kilometer above the cities. A kilometer above, and you can see the kind of devastation it did. Had it hit the ground, right now we'd be talking about a very completely different story. That thing was detonated a kilometer above the ground.
And the effects were that extreme.
Yes.
Right.
Tupatie methali ya Nairobi leo.
Sisi iko Nairobi City.
Tuko 254.
Sisi iko Nairobi City.
Sasa utaisema venye waliandika alafu mimi nifanye translate.
Yes. Bahati haiji mara mbili.
All right.
Bahati
haiji mara mbili. There's another thing wazungu wanasebanga, lightning doesn't strike the same place twice.
Oh, they are wrong there, it can. And we have evidence scientific that lightning has struck certain places more than once. Yes, so your story ni kwao.
Watu wa mema walitoa.
Kwao.
Bahati haifanyi nini?
Haiji mara mbili.
Mara mbwekse.
Yeah.
All right.
What is mbwekse?
Mbwekse is two.
In which language?
In Sheng.
I see. Sheng.
And then there's utat. Utat is tatu. You just said tatu. Utat.
Okay, got it.
Yes. So tatu, utat.
Nimekugachi.
All right. So light bahati haiji mara mbili.
Haiji mara mbili bwana.
Kweli kabisa. Ni vizuri saa zile ukipata nafasi you deal with it then.
That opportunity, take the view that it's not going to come back again. So take it, embrace it, take it in totality.
What if you get a better opportunity?
Well, then you'll be one of those fortunate people who has seen it come twice.
Yeah. Unajisikia mtu akisema ati nilitua kazi Kisumu for example. Thank God sikuenda. Juu ningeendea Kisumu singepata hiyo.
Put it this way. Hiyo Kisumu ilikuwa sio bahati. Bahati ni hii.
Okay. Sawa City. Nimekuget.
Sawa.
Wewe ni mhenga.
Mimi ni wahenga.
Wewe ni wale wase bana. Wewe ni wale wase. It is time for us to get on to radiogeneration.co.ke. Why don't you open up and see what exactly is trending, making headlines and so on and so forth. And I'll also give you shout outs. I want to know who's tuned in and where you're tuned in from. Najua kuna watu wa Perth, najua kuna watu wa Kangemi, najua kuna watu wa kutoka kule Qatar. Perceptronium says good game City. Yeah. Okay. Douglas Kibugong says, morning radio generation team. Well, morning to you too. anaitwa Mondi. Good morning, City and Movie. Have a blessed day, guys. Have a blessed day to you too. Morris Andati, good morning. Good morning. David Mangera amesema good morning RG. Good morning to you too. Morris Andati ametuambia hivi. Reminder, the atomic bomb research was to develop a better and infinite power source through nuclear power until the military knew what it could do beyond providing energy. Yes, Morris Andati. The military all over the world, militaries all over the world, whenever some new technology emerges, they're always looking for a way to weaponize it. Even AI is currently being weaponized. Ni venye tu hatujui ni kivipi, but it is already being weaponized. So, and that is the work of the military anyway. Wewe kama engineer unafikiria how to make life better for people. Of course, a doctor will think about how to heal people better, how to cure them faster. But a soldier will always think, how can I use this thing to kill as many of my enemies as possible? So it is what it is. Blow to media houses as MPs block 866 million plan meant to settle government debts. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
Now let me tell you about it.
Read a little bit about it, please.
Blow to media houses as MPs block 866 million plan meant to settle government debts. A plan by the Treasury to clear long-standing payments owed to media houses has hit a setback after the National Assembly declined to approve about 866.4 million allocation, leaving several firms waiting longer for money tied to government advertising services. The funds had been proposed in supplementary estimates number 1 for the 2025-2026 financial year under the State Department for Broadcasting and Digital Economy with the intention of settling accumulated bills. However, lawmakers opted to cut the allocation during the review of the budget proposals. You know, government is one of the biggest advertisers, eh?
It is the biggest.
Yes. Kuna watu wa pombe na watu wa
they are bigger.
Kuna watu wa betting.
They are bigger.
Si kuna watu pia, si wacha tu nimalize kusema hizi so kuna watu wa pombe, kuna watu wa betting, kuna watu wa alasa, kuna serikali ndio number 1, of course, for sure.
You know, the it's by law. Whenever the government wants to talk about recruitment,
yes,
it has to be published. Whenever there are results, whether the examination result or whether they are published. Just think of
the judiciary advertises.
All county governments
advertise.
Okay? It is a colossal business.
Yeah.
In terms of, if we move away from just advertising and we look at just business, if you're talking of procurement,
yeah,
there is no entity that procures more than the government. So doing business with the government is the biggest business you can do.
Yeah.
Which also means if you are a big contractor with the government,
my friend, you're making big bucks.
Yes, and when they do not pay you, you make big losses.
Oh, you will lose bigly.
Utafunga your company utafunga.
You lose bigly. You know, when you owe a media house over 100 million, some even over 300 million.
Billion.
What
do you expect? What do you want those people to do? What do you want them to do? And you still expect them to give you work,
to pay taxes, to what do they called, pay for their licenses, for example, frequency licenses and so on and so forth. It's one of those things, eh?
You know, I have to ask the question. What was the rationale that was used by the members of parliament to turn down or to reduce whatever it was that had been proposed?
Yeah.
Treasury proposed and said, guys, why don't we settle these bills for these people? Parliament went and said, kwendeni huko.
Now, the Treasury had earlier signaled approval of the 866 million meant to address pending obligations within the department while defending the budget before the National Assembly Committee on Communication. Principal Secretary Stephen Isaboke explained that the money was intended to clear debts at the headquarters level. What does it mean?
I don't know, but that won't clear the debts. No.
He noted that 866 million had been set aside in the revised supplementary budget to handle pending bills. According to him, 833.3 million of that amount was earmarked for 8 media houses that published the government-backed MyGov advertising feature, which appears weekly across multiple outlets.
That thing appears in the Star newspaper. That story of multiple outlets, no? No, it used to be. It was
People Daily don't publish it?
That thing is published by the Star.
I know for sure, and it is because the Star advertises through all their other sister stations.
And on Tuesday, the Star
is free. Yes.
Because that's the day that my gov appears.
Yes.
I know Standard doesn't publish it. I know The Nation doesn't publish it. Yes.
So a breakdown presented to the committee shows that Nation Media Group is owed 410.6 million. Standard Group is owed 228.5 million.
No, it's owed a lot more than that. Those figures are wrong.
Media Max Limited 191. Kenya Yearbook Editorial is owed 19.52 million, while the Star Publication Limited is owed 941,129.
Which means they have been paid more regularly than the others. Yes.
Northeastern Media, that is Star FM, is owed 580,000. Vaite Television Network wanangojea 1.48 million. And then Les Deux Publication, Les Deux République, that is Sema FM, 255,000. Wait a minute. Why do they have a French name and then a Swahili name? You know what?
And why can't they?
They are owed 255,000. So in addition to media houses, the government owes about 14 other service providers a combined amount of 13.07 million. Among them, Lavington Security, which has the highest claim of 7.8 million.
That amount they mentioned of 200 million being owed to the Standard, they owe the Standard a lot more than that. Yes.
Yeah.
That I know. Anybody else and what they owe, I would not know. But the Standard,
yes,
it's a lot more. It's a lot more than that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, I don't know what they're going to do about this, because media houses have actually shut down because of this money. Other media houses have had to fire people, or rather let them go, declare positions redundant because of, when you owe a company 228 million, for example, when you owe a company like Nation Media 410 million, how will they pay their folks? And then, other people are now no longer advertising. Now they've gone for influencers. So they're not seeing the value in advertising in legacy media, like we like to call it.
No, they do not.
Hey. Sasa kuna kampuni zilikuwa zinategemea kitambo kuadvertise unga wa ugali, mafuta ya kupikia, maji na mambo mengine. And those people they would rather go to an influencer, yeah, because we know them, akina Diana Bahati, akina Dorea Chege. Those are the guys now advertising for these folks. And they're the ones getting a huge chunk of that money. It's bad, man. It's bad. It's bad. So the government needs to do something, Harambee Stars home back in Poland after 9 months out of football. What had happened? Yeah, so they're saying here that Harambee Stars left back Eric Marcelo Ouma is nearing a comeback, stepping onto the pitch with the ball at his club, Rako Sejdoshtushu, I can't say that name, in Poland for the first time in 9 months. Now, speaking in Nairobi on Monday, before his departure to Poland, the former Gor Mahia ace ruled out featuring in competitive football this season. Yeah, and he said that this week I am scheduled to do the return to play tests. Everything will be assessed and hopefully I can start training with the team. I am definitely looking forward to the next season, Ouma said. City, let me tell you something. You see, this season, a lot of the big football clubs all over the world, manzizi inaumia. We're talking about teams like Feyenoord, Kule Netherlands. We are talking about teams such as Lillestrøm in Norway. We are talking about teams like this one, Borussia Dortmund in Germany. We are talking about several teams. Kwanza hizi teams za huko France. Woi. Zinaumia. Zenye zilikuanga juu, kuzi ziko hapa. Is
that not the nature of this sport that you love so much?
Yes, it is the nature, because you see, when you buy players from a certain team, you weaken it. Or when another team buys, or when that team buys some really good players from all over the industry, of course they're strengthened. Like Arsenal this season.
You're good.
Big shout out to Arsenal. Wanafanya kazi mzuri sana. Aya. One last story before we get into this thing called traffic. Omar defends Energy CS Wandai, says cartels tried to exploit fuel crisis.
Who's Omar?
Omar is the SecGen of UDA, Hassan Omar.
Oh, Hassan.
UDA Party Secretary General Hassan Omar has defended Energy Cabinet Secretary Opiyo Wandayi amid calls for his resignation, saying that his decision to expose alleged cartels in the petroleum sector helped avert a potential national crisis. He argued that Wandayi acted in the public interest by flagging irregularities that could have disrupted the fuel supply and destabilized the economy. So, question, are we supposed to clap? See, he's just doing his job. But niko na swali. As far as hii mambo is concerned, ara si swali, niko na comment. I was reading something somewhere that again, this is what we call conspiracy theory. So we have gotten into that realm of conspiracy theory. So apparently this is President Ruto trying to blackmail these folks such that they will have to support him going forward, because if you don't,
which folks?
Si akina Wandayi and other CSs akina Joho.
So we are of the view that Wandayi has a solid voting block behind him.
Kitu kama hiyo.
Which one?
Sasa sijui.
Hana.
Mimi nakwambia kenye walisema.
Okay.
Hey.
Hana.
Sawa City. Thanks for confirming. Now, according to this conspiracy theory, it's a blackmail kind of situation, so that in case in the future, which is the very near future, you do not say two-term, my friend, uko na shida.
You know as far as conspiracy theories go, those fellows who should we say created the theory that you're now speaking out on, let them go back to the drawing room and draw it again. Yes. And
apparently this conspiracy theory was started by the one and only Riggy G. Alisema Ruto anaekea watu wote, kila mtu akona file yake, Joho akona file.
Yeah, but everybody has a file, for heaven's sake.
So ile siku you want to say, kidogo pa ni tricky, let me cross over to one time.
Anybody who appeared before the parliamentary committee when they were either members of parliament or whatever they were doing, you have a file. So this file, or is this a special file?
This is a special file. Like they're saying, this is not their kawaida file where this is a deep one, where it even perhaps your crimes border on treason.
You know, when there was a back and forth, especially about the time when it was said that the immediate former deputy president said certain things,
right,
and then the president responded and he said certain things, and he spoke about the people who were in the so-called united opposition.
Yes,
I even found it amusing.
Okay, I
no longer find it amusing because this seems to be the fare that we are fed on a daily basis. Hey, man, there's no breathing space here.
Clearly not. Clearly not. But, this is the country we live in.
No. That unfortunately, I accept that this is a country we live in, but we don't have to live with this nonsense. No, we do not. How is it that every single day... Anyway, let's
say it.
No. Just...
Still on matters fuel, Dr. Ekuru Okot faults Kenya Kwanza over fuel crisis, and then of course the missing 500 million cash that is perhaps not even missing. That Alliance Party leader Ekuru Okot has slammed the Kenya Kwanza government over what he terms as vague explanations on the country's fuel situation, linking the opacity to the unresolved 500 million cash saga and warning of deeper accountability failures. So speaking yesterday here actually on Radio Generation, he faulted the government for failing to provide clear and evidence-based explanations for the reported fuel shortages, instead shifting blame to external global events. But there is a war in Iran, right? And President Trump said that if Iran doesn't open up the Strait of Hormuz today, they're going to see hell. So this global crisis actually does exist.
It definitely exists.
Nasikia hiyo story ya oil ilikuwa mbaya sana to the point of President Trump even lifting sanctions on these guys. He was like, you know what, you guys can sell your fuel so that we can reduce this shortage.
It was going to affect him directly.
Yes. Because he was like, okay, I have created a mess. Let me just reduce some pressure kidogo.
he has advisors, and he was told. But he was also spoken of, too, rather, regarding this war. And there is a general, who actually told him this war is not winnable. That guy lost.
That guy was fired, right?
He was fired, yes. He lost his job. And now he's being vindicated over and over and over again.
Sasa hiyo ndio shida ako nayo huko kwao nyumbani, na tunamtakia kila la heri. Right now though, nataka niwafanyie kitu inaitwa traffic updates, niwaambie kama barabara zimefunguka ama kuna mahali mtakwama. Leo ni tarehe 7, kumaanisha everyone is out on the road heading to work. So, let's see.
Traffic.
Ngong Road not looking bad at this particular hour. Usual places with traffic, the junctions as you're trying to join the main highway, but beyond that everything is good. Kikambale na sawa kabisa. Gitanga Road ka traffic kidogo pale ukielekea sehemu za Lavington Apartments, but beyond that mnasonga vyema kabisa. Watu wa Valley Road leo iko clear kabisa. Dennis Wakiuri Road huko mko sawa. Raila Odinga Way hata hakuna stress hapo. Tuangalie Langata Road going back all the way to Bomas of Kenya, Galleria Mall roundabout, you guys are moving quite well. And then of course watu ambao wanaelekea Sita Mkaren and beyond mko sawa kabisa. Watu ambao wanatoka Multimedia University, that is on Magadi Road, I mean if you're also coming from Mongata Rongai, guys are moving quite well, no problema whatsoever. That's me trying to rhyme. And then we go all the way to a place called Thika Superhighway. Let me see if anything has changed since yesterday, because you guys were moving quite well yesterday. Traffic is back. And basically we are back to normal. That is around Muthaiga Police Station, Palivo, as you're coming from Kiambu Road, joining the Thika Superhighway. That place is looking maroon, so that means that you guys are not moving at all. But here's the good news. If I go further back on Thika Superhighway, things are not looking bad. However, as you're approaching Kasarani from Githurai, that is the other headache that you will encounter. Lakini kawaida unaona watu wa kutoka Kenyatta Road mko sawa, Kenyatta University area yoyote iko sawa kwa sasa. Tukienda all the way to a place called Mombasa County, I'm looking at a map of that area around Fort Jesus. It's looking good. The island actually is looking all green at this particular hour. Tononoka is actually grey. That means that no one is on the road right now. Nyali, kule Kongo, where mkienda Wild Waters, Voyager Beach, Masai Beach Bar and Restaurant, hiyo barabara yote iko sawa. Mkielekea pande ya Bombolulu kitumia ile barabara inajulikana kama Nyali Road, hiyo iko sawa. Old Malindi Road pia iko shwari. Ukiona chochote pale barabarani unaona nafaa kujua, well, you can holler at a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
People Daily newspaper front page says how Ruto turned defiance into compliance. The ghost of opposition and Kenya's new silence. That story is on page 4. But they are saying that the president is missing in action. How so? Or is it someone else who's missing in action? Because last I checked, the president is very vocal and very visible. Egerton University in trouble over hijacked 2,000 acres of land. This isn't the first time we're hearing of a university losing land or fighting for their land. Kwale Kaya Forest set for restoration under 30 million climate project. You will get that on page 16 of the People Daily. Daily Nation, pale katika mtandao, but katika ukurasa wa kwanza. Echoes of silence. And they're saying that sources say a play by Moi Girls School Mbiruri has been knocked out for referencing Singapore. They for real?
Read that again, please.
Sources say a play by Moi High School Mbiruri has been knocked out for referencing Singapore. So they're saying that this is according to the Daily Nation. They're calling it a paranoid regime. School and college drama festivals rules have been revised to impose a sweeping ban on political messaging in a development apparently responding to last year's controversial, or rather controversy around the play Echoes of War by Butere Girls that authorities blocked, sparking public outrage. Playwrights say that the new directive barring what is described as political propaganda or ridicule of public officials is a suppression of freedom of expression and dampens creativity as this year's national competition opens today. That story is on page 4 and 5. Sifuna's options. Rising political star Edwin Sifuna is in the eye of the storm following his hardline position against the broad-based government and an ODM faction pursuing a pre-election pact with UDA. Analysts suggest that he has 3 viable choices ahead of next year's election. You'll get the full scoop on page 7. NYS heist, face of impunity. As a chief inspector at the National Youth Service in 2015, Nicholas Juma Makoha was among suspects who faced charges related to the theft of about 791 million. Yeah, but the suspects were acquitted on a technicality, and Makoha rose to become Deputy Commandant General. Now, the suspended official is under a 600 and how much is this again? Oh, it's 510 million corruption investigation. Yani kuna watu hii Kenya wanatokanga na 510 million. Okay, suspected allegedly. After umekuwa acquitted of 791, unajipata kwa sakata ingine ya 510. How is this even possible? Unaponea chupuchupu kwa mambo ya 791. If it were me, nimeponea kwa 791. Whether niliiba hiyo pesa ama sikuiba, lakini nimeponea. Na mkaniambia Mbuvi, you have been acquitted, easy charges, they are neither here nor there. Bro, after that, ninaenda chini ya maji. I will even resign from that position. NYS, andatoka bro.
It only if it was that simple.
Yani mumeniambia not guilty. I am not waiting.
Again, if only it was that simple.
What
is certain, these things that we look at and we're told of in the country, they don't involve just the players who are in the public domain.
Yes.
It involves very many other people. And your role may be the one which has come to the limelight, but if you are not there in person,
yes,
and you are in charge of certain aspects of the operations that are being spoken of, there is no guarantee that whoever takes over from you will know what you know or do what you're supposed to do. So leaving those jobs may not be as easy as a rational thinking person would want to create as much distance as possible from. So the question you want to ask is, what is it that makes someone not do what logically they ought to do? That's really the question I'm trying to answer here.
And then now I am caught up in another 510 million corruption investigation.
Yeah. Maybe they're not caught up. Maybe they were concurrent. That was the first to appear. And this one was always in the offing. Yes. Or maybe you decided to do what you are suggesting you should do. So this one came up.
So when you're just about to hit the send resignation letter button,
this one appears.
My office now, so now there's some missing 510 million, and you're like, bro, guys, come on.
And you're told who is the authorized account holder. So unataka kufanya namna gani? Why don't you clear this, then you can just leave. Haki.
So we are not sure whether Makoha, this is Nicholas Juma Makoha, is guilty or not, but he's, innocent until proven otherwise. But let me assume there's another guy who is caught up in this particular scandal, and let's call this person Paul. Paul akaeza kutoka na 791 million.
That's the point. You pesa yako peke yako.
Of course tutagawana na wenye tutagawana na wao. Mimi hata kama nitapata hiyo, unaona hiyo tu hiyo 91 million.
Paul, the reason why these things in this country never seem to go as far as you'd like them to go, is because it speaks to the involving very many other players, many of whom you don't see. And some of them seem to have the sort of powers that can either delay a process or extinguish it altogether. Yes. So, simple reality.
And then I get another fight. Anyway, that is what is on the front page of the Daily Nation. Over to you, CT.
I want to look at the Star newspaper.
Right.
There's a picture in today's Star of a very interesting story that is unfolding. Railway city to turn Nairobi into a glitzy business hub. There's a picture of President Ruto smiling with a gentleman called Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK, after they had signed some understanding and agreement. The story of the railway city has been with us for some time. Okay. The project is intended to decongest the city by expanding and restructuring the CBD. Okay.
This CBD.
CBD and Nairobi C.
Right.
City. Okay. And as usual, there'll be mention of jobs being created. There'll be mention of other things that should happen. As I said, this is not a story that began with the Ruto government. This is a story that began in the Uhuru government. That's when we had a great deal about it. Okay.
All right.
Right. Then again, in the Star newspaper, just a popular headline: change of guard at UN as ex-Haiti PM takes over. Sakaja explains Nairobi's 5-day water shutdown. You know, in Nairobi has had, we were warned, for 5 days there'll be no maji, hapana iko, sisi na shut down.
Yeah.
Yes, so that is what is happening.
Eh.
Let me just read it so that you understand. Nairobi residents are set to experience a 5-day water supply interruption starting April 6th following a planned shutdown of a key water system to allow for critical infrastructure works. In a public notice, the Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company announced that the Athi Waterworks Development Agency will temporarily shut down the Northern Collector Tunnel system. The shutdown is aimed at facilitating the completion of essential works linking the Kigoro Water Treatment Plant to the Gigiri and Kabete reservoirs. So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
So you cannot say that you have not been told.
You've not been told.
Yes, you were told. And the notice was there. We were told. So hata mimi najua hiyo.
Yeah.
Sisi lijua.
Sisi lijua.
Right. Margaret Nyakango, the day I contemplated walking away from office. Well, this is the control of budget talking about work and life balance and the pressures that arise from it. And then there's a story here of Mbiri to Fort Hall. That's a story inside Murang'a town's colonial rise. Okay? Yes. 10 killed in Israel. In Israel strikes and clashes between Hamas and militia in Gaza. Okay?
Yeah.
UN to push to safeguard kids and youth. What is it? Youth who? Street youth.
Okay. Siti hiyo headline isome tena.
Right. UN push to safeguard kids and street youth.
Okay.
Sawa. Hapo ilienda.
Kidogo ilikuanga segemnege.
Yeah, hapo. Astronauts about to travel further from Earth.
Yesterday I thought they were going around the moon. Hawajafika?
Let them. When they get us, we will know.
Yeah.
DP to Mount Kenya. Why we must back Ruto's re-election. Did you ever hear of this a cappella group called Ladysmith Black Mambazo?
Yes.
Okay.
I actually know a couple of their songs, but yes.
Yes, one of them called The Wise Elder dies at the age of 77.
Oh no.
Those fellows used to sing some delightful music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Age of what now?
77.
77, eh? Okay.
Akarudisha logbook. Yes.
We? Yeah. Ladysmith Mambazo. Wanoma sana.
Very good. Very good indeed. Excellent.
Umemaliza hiyo?
Nimemaliza.
Naweza pitia standard kidogo?
Pitia yeye.
They are saying, of course he knew, and there's a picture there of CS Opiyo Wandayi, and this is what they're saying. A near catastrophic fuel shortage in late March exposed deep failures inside the energy ministry, with documents showing Cabinet Secretary Opiyo Wandayi was fully aware. Copies of every critical letters and meeting minutes from the onset of the crisis to the March 25th approval of substandard fuel were sent to him. He knew Gulf Energy's cargo failed. He knew Gulf Energy's cargo failed Kenya's quality standards, yet backed an exemption allowing higher sulfur, manganese and lower octane fuel into the market. He was also aware the inflated premium of $255 per MT. I don't know what MT is. Oh, it's metric ton. Okay.
Carry on.
$255 USD per MT against the G2G's $84 USD per MT would add 17.49 shillings per litre. Yet, despite pushing the country to the brink, he defiantly remains unmoved, perhaps hoping the stinking failure would just go away as Kenyans pay the price by moving on. All right, so that story is on page 4. So according to the technical committee, this is Ministry of Energy's technical committee, wanasema based on optimistic and peak demand, the projected super petrol cover days for Kenya and the region is 11 days. The country would likely run out of PMS from 30th March 2026. Let me ask you something, City. Aren't we patriotic? Even when we are stealing from fellow Kenyans. At the very least, how do you allow this fuel that has been described here? How do you allow...
Experts tell you, when fuel comes in, it's tested.
Yeah.
The refineries in Mombasa have a very, very sophisticated lab.
Right.
I know because I have visited it, I have seen it, I know what they do. Okay? So this is not theory. We know the sort of fuel that we use and the quantities of sulfur and manganese that are supposed to be in the fuel. So when you have fuel that has the concentration of manganese and sulfur 4 times the level that we accept, we cannot accept that fuel. I remember yesterday we said, this thing will unfold. I'm not going to speculate. I'll wait for it to unfold. Has it not unfolded?
It is unfolding as
so
we
it
speak.
means the minister was told. Now, tell me, care of duty, the minister you were told. The argument that Omar Hassan has put across, I understand, and he's saying, look, he learnt of it, this is what he did. I'd like to verify that information myself. Which came first? Okay? Did they engage reverse gear when they realize this thing is out in the open and a lot more noise is going to be made and people are already being told, you resign, okay? Or they've figured out this one, nikubaya, as they say, okay? The sequence of events is a standard telling us that the minister knew well in advance, and even though he knew well in advance, the fuel still arrived. Because if that is the case, then the man should resign. Because if he knew about it in advance, before the fuel actually hit our shores, and he did nothing to stop it from being... The discussion here is the first consignment seemed to have come in. It is the second one that was halted. Now, did he know about this before the first consignment was offloaded?
No, when we talk about high sulfur manganese and lower octane fuel into the market, do you know what you're doing to people's engines? Tuanzie tu hapo. Aya, forget the engines. Because those cars will break down at one point.
Sooner than they were supposed to.
Alafu mtu mwenye gari yake imeharibika atahafu kutafuta pesa ingine anunue engine mpya, perhaps even a brand new vehicle altogether. Lakini tuende hapa kwa 17 shillings per liter. Aki hamuna huruma. Do you know what 17 shillings per liter does? The amount of money you would spend, if you're used to spending, let's say, 4,000 a week
on fuel,
your expenses go higher, perhaps even to like 6,000, 7,000 shillings a week.
So you'll be working to fuel your car.
Do you know how many people will go hungry because of this 17 shillings per liter? Do you know how many families will break because of this 17 shillings per liter? That's why I'm asking. Unajua hata kama tunaibia Wakenya wenzetu, at one point, si unafikanga tu mali unakuwa patriotic unasema sitaiba kila kitu, acha niibe tu kidogo. 17. You guy, my guy.
According to what has been written here, they're saying that long before the cargo landed, he had been informed.
Sikuna babaru hapa hivi. This is the standard. They have. They even have screenshots of those letters written to the CS.
And this was in March.
There's one here dated March 17th. Huh? Bana hata kama ni kuiba bwana. Another copy copied to the CS. It's right here. Iko in black and white. So hata kama ni kuiba bwana, si at least unaiba tu kidogo. Na sisemi ni CS ameiba, but tu mwenye anaiba. Si aiba tu kidogo bwana. You don't take everything. Because I cannot imagine what this will do to people. When prices go up of Sukuma Wiki, these guys actually don't feel it. If we are being honest, they don't.
How can they possibly feel it?
They don't.
Even if the price of fuel goes up,
They don't feel it.
there are vehicles that are fueled for them.
And they're fueled by government.
Yes.
So our taxes fuel for them.
Yes.
So these folks do not even feel the pinch of going to the pump and telling that attendant, weka ya 500.
No. You are watcher. But the rate things are going, they may go back to that soon.
Fueling their own cars?
You know, we have an election around the corner. And the one thing the government cannot afford is a scandal of this nature. That if the Ruto Must Go Brigade have had a say, such a thing happens, brother, they are going to go viral with this one.
Yeah.
Yep. The pressure is going to be grand. Not big. They don't know. It has been there. It'll be grand. These are the sort of things the government does not need at such a time. So, if there's evidence that this man knew about this, and according to what the Standard have written, he approved it, either you go, man. There's no ifs and buts. No. There's no. Yesterday, when you asked the same question, I told you, it's between a rock and a hard place. If you feign ignorance and you say you are to this thing which
ilinipata tu mimi
no hata you wanasema ati nilijua kusema kweli mimi sikujua then we'll say then you do not know what happens in your ministry. Okay. So we cannot shout incompetence. If you say that you knew but you had given advice blah 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 and they ignored it, they'll say you are complicit. He is between a rock and a hard place. This is a monumental fiasco.
Yeah.
When the scientists go to town on this and start explaining to us as you have begun of what this concentration of sulfur and manganese does to the engine, at what? At what? So the question you've raised, are you're telling me that the people whom we put in charge of our safety comes to energy, this is how they treat this business? Oh no, goodness gracious me, no.
Because you're messing with people's livelihoods and businesses.
17 shillings. Fuel is hiked by 3 shillings, and we
lose our minds.
Yes. 5 shillings now. We're asking what? 17.
Si mutu nyonge bas.
17.
Aye.
Bro,
that's a lot of money. And you know what? How things are done in this country. The moment it hits 17, kitambo irudi back minus 17. Mutangoja.
Unfortunately, the Ministry of Energy has been, for the longest time, long before this government came into being.
Yes.
Beginning from the time of the Moi era, they were notorious. This ministry. Fuel wasn't that big an issue. People didn't, the cost of living was much lower. There wasn't too much of a fuss. But the electricity sector, there were always these charges that people would ask, na hii ni ya nini? Na hii ni ya nini? There was a time when they stopped publishing the details of how they charge you when they give you the bill.
Yeah.
Because the questions people are raising. There were people who headed Kenya Power and Lighting for long. And the issue around Kenya Power, one always asked, this entity is a monopoly. So how do you explain that you never make money according to you? You are a monopoly. The rural electrification program that came under Kibaki didn't exist at that point in time. So you couldn't say that, we've spent a lot of money expanding the output of this so that, no, it wasn't there.
Yeah.
People who think that when they do wrong, it will never come to light, lie to themselves. Wrong, just as right, always comes to light. The unfortunate thing about wrong, it comes with the consequences that will not favor you.
Yeah.
I asked this question yesterday, so let me ask it again.
Yes.
What else has been happening in this ministry that we do not know about?
What do they want?
What else has happened in this ministry
that we do not know about? So if we do a proper audit
of everything this ministry does, petroleum tuangalie kwa makini, Kenya Power tuangalie kwa makini, tuangalie the facets of Kenya Power,
right?
The production bit, tuangalie Ketraco, tuangalie Kengen, okay? And to ask in detail what these people actually do. And then ask ourselves the questions, the people who have headed these entities, what has become of them over time? How do we note that very many of these people have become rich? How is it that Kenya Power during a period of the Uhuru era, man, that board changed so many times. So you ask, why? There are questions that were asked then, not fully answered. But when such a thing happens, unfortunately, there is a resurrection of those questions yet again.
I like how things are done in places like the US where you appear before, is it Congress or Senate?
Senate committee.
Wanakuuliza hizi maswali, my friend. And then from there, two things. It's either unarudi ofisini ama unaenda jela. Na kunanga story mingi hapo. You are called to a committee.
Na watu wakukushika na kukupeleka kule.
Wanakuanga tu hapo.
Wanakuanga tu hawako mbali.
Wanakuanga tu hapo wameketi pale nyuma kwa mlango.
Wanangojea.
In case unataka kutoka mbio. Ni unaitwa pale hivyo unauliza maswali. So this deal, when did you first learn of it? Unasema hii kitu nilijua tu jana bana. Friday ndio nikasema watu washike.
Mzee hiyo sio kweli.
Wanakuambia Friday.
Okay.
So hii signature yako kwa hii barua ya 17th March.
Ni gani?
Ama Friday ni 17th March. You're like gani unaangalia unasema tu hii nilikuwa nimesahau. Unasianga tu afisa. This fellow is wasting our time. Can you deal with anyway, ni sawa. Hii ni Noma City. President Biya has appointed his son as vice president and head of the army. Yeah, that is it's another developing story. So President Biya wa Cameroon amesema his son is now the new vice president of the country and currently he is the head of the army. So going forward, they have a new chief of defense. They basically have a new commander in chief as far as the army is concerned.
Well, as far as we are concerned, there's a country that neighbors us that has had similar problems. Huh? What?
Yeah, you're right. But is it a problem really?
Yes, it is a problem.
How is it a problem?
It's a problem because of the optics.
But they seem to be okay with it.
Who's okay with it?
The neighbors. Have you seen any of them complaining apart from Bobby Wine?
Why I'm saying it is a problem is because I'm repeating the optics and I will explain what I mean. When you appoint a close relative to a position such as that, what it seems to point to is that you want to prolong your position in power. That's what you see. That's what the optics leads one to believe. Even if this individual is a career military person,
yes,
you really have to struggle to show that there are people who are, he is by far the most senior and by far the most competent to have that job. That may be tricky. That may be tricky. Yes.
Because he's the son
Even
of the
if he is, it is still tricky.
But usually, at least for Uganda, he is not the vice president. He is just the head of the military.
What I have just presented,
yes,
and I have labeled it optics,
that's
the key thing here. And I said, even if he's qualified, the optics are not good.
Okay. So if his father were to retire today, then the vice president takes over. Yeah. Where does it leave the son, who's the head of the military?
He will be still head of the military.
Okay.
Yes.
And answer to a new president.
Really?
Because in this other situation in Cameroon, if the father retires, he just automatically becomes the president and continues being, chief commander in chief.
This experiment has been tried before. It doesn't take, and it's not an African thing. There's a gentleman, I think, called Kochescu. Those Middle Eastern, Eastern European countries. That man was, when you hear of horrific and horrendous dictators, that man took the cup.
Right.
He was so comfortable in his position because people around him, I think, were telling him that things are okay. He was being overthrown. He wasn't even aware.
Yeah.
He wasn't fully aware because he should have taken off. He didn't take off.
Okay.
Look, people like Sheikh Hasina of Bangladesh knew. And the military were kind enough to tell her, Madam,
fanya hivi.
Helicopter ndio ile.
Enda tu.
Panda.
Jipe shughuli.
This thing, we're not shooting these people, just weka yuko kichwa. Na wewe ndio shida. Sasa wewe kwenda. But why? She had relied on the military to retain power. This experiment has been done before. it usually doesn't end well. That's really my point. It doesn't. It doesn't.
Aye, so. I'll come back and give a couple of you shout-outs, but right now, though, we want to get into this thing that we call the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Former Petroleum PS Mohammed Liban, ex-KPC Managing Director Joe Sang, and former EPRA boss Daniel Kipto have been released on police bail. The three were freed on Monday as investigations into the 4.8 billion Kenya shillings fuel importation scandal continue. Their lawyers say the officials did nothing wrong, adding they were only following recommendations from the National Security Council Committee. 2 people were shot dead after protesters stormed Ramula police station in Gem, Siaya County. Police say the group was demonstrating against the licensed gold mining company planning to operate in the area. Authorities add that the protesters are believed to have come from neighboring Vihiga County. Services at Naivasha Level 5 Hospital were briefly disrupted after residents staged protest over failed SHA payments, overcrowding and a ban on food for patients in the wards. Anti-riot police were called in to restore order as patients and medical staff looked on. The county government says the congestion is due to a high number of patients from neighboring counties and many people not registering with SHA.
Kupanga laini kwa casualty before ufike pale 2 hours zinaisha. Wewe uko na mgonjwa wako. Ya pili, ukitoka hapo unapanda pale juu, unatumwa rab. Huko nao laini ni kubwa. Hapa unaambiwa usilete mtu chakula hapa ndani. Na sikatai, lakini huyu mtu anakula mchere na dengu, right? Jioni anakula ugali. Ataishi kukula hivyo. Na dengu haizi hivi.
Tukikuja huko tukienda kupima diagnosis unaenda unaambiwa ununue dawa nje na which is much expensive, you cannot afford. Si kila mtu anaweza afford.
Sasa tumeshindwa tutalilia nani?
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki says the government is ready to start construction of the Nithi Bridge. He says delays were caused by compensation issues and processes with the National Land Commission, but everything is now in place. Kindiki adds that funds have been set aside and a contractor identified, and the project will go on despite recent protests.
So when you go and block a road, pregnant mothers going to hospital, they are obstructed. Alafu you light fires there. Who are you talking to? And you know, when they should have done that when I was a senator, when I was a small person. Now it is too late, my friend. It is too late. Those are small things. I am not even bothered. I will do the bridge not because of demonstrations, but because I have to do it, it has to be done, and I have the ability to do it.
US President Donald Trump has claimed that NATO members refused to offer support during past engagement. Speaking ahead of a planned visit by NATO chief Mark Rutte, Trump said he asked for help but was told no. He added that some NATO countries even went out on their way not to assist.
And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO. Very. I think that NATO, I think it's a mark on NATO that will never disappear. Never disappear in my mind. You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday. They're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear at the beginning when I spoke to UK of all. I would have said they would have been the first because they're the oldest. And I say, yeah, I'd love to have a little help. He said, no, sir, we'd rather wait till you win. I said, I don't need help after we win. They have 2 old broken aircraft carriers, barely work. I said, I guess we can use them. Who the hell knows? I called the general. He didn't even want them. He said, we don't really need them. We got We got the SS Abraham Lincoln, sir. We don't need him.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast. My name is Mongala Mbuvi. It is now 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. Catch us on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and then 89.5 in Garissa. Nimesema ndasalimia watu wawili watatu, wacha nione. Kuna Morris Ndati, Alando amesema, morning good people, the heart of man has degenerated into the unknown fields of pleasure at the behest of other man's agony of a painful death.
Right.
I think he's referring to the bomb situation we discussed earlier on.
About. Yes.
Alex Gioko amesema good morning RG, Kitale is tuned in. Kitale tumewakaribisha tena sana. Hesbon Sidon, good morning team RG. Mbuvi uko kadi? Mimi nimekuwa kadi kutoka mwaka wa 2025. So yes, niko kadi bro. Niko kadi for sure. John Gugi ameuliza good morning RG. It's a good morning. Do you know Irungu Kangata is building a brand new smart city? Makes me worry about other governors and what they do. Then Mr. G wants him removed. Who's Mr. G? Okay. Ama you mean Rigi G? Ama what are we talking about here? But John Gugi, Mr. Kangata has been doing quite a few good things in Murang'a County. We are aware, we have actually talked about them here on the show. We have reached out to him, akuja tuambie ni formula gani wanga anatumia huko Murang'a. Na ile siku atakubali, simtamwona tu hapa atueleze. Yeah, and then at the end of the day, it's the people of Murang'a who will decide whether to remove him or not. If they feel he has performed, they will maintain him. If they feel otherwise, then it is what it is. Haya, alafu Jimmy Kwan, well, Edna ananiambia TG ni Rigiji. Haya, sawa. But what issue does Rigiji have with Irungu Kangata?
What issue doesn't Rigiji have with very many people?
No, specifically with this guy.
You, when you listen to that gentleman speaking, how often do you hear him speaking positively about individuals? Yes, how often?
Oh, you actually need an answer?
No, I need
don't.
to think about it.
Yeah.
No, you don't have to answer. It's something you need to think about, because the clips that I see are of him speaking foul about somebody or something or the other.
Yeah.
That's the constant diet.
The other day he said, Sipia Karonzo anaweza kutosha.
And you think that is positive?
Well, you said positive, so
and I'm asked you if you think that is positive. Now, when somebody says, hata Kalonzo anatosha, it's already negative.
But CT pia anatosha.
No.
CT anatosha.
It should have been definitive. Unequivocal. Kalonzo anatosha. Na hata goodness gracious me. It's like an afterthought.
Hata jana CT nilikubaia Bolga.
Yes. Ni hata Wajakoya anaweza tu kuwa president. Essentially, since we're given this thing, why don't we just consider everybody and say, see, so and so can also be no. There's nothing positive about it, my man.
Lakini CT mbona unakuwa hivi?
Kivipi?
Jamaa, si acha tu wacha express. That is Rigiji, wacha Rigiji. Kama anaona fault
I am not curtailing what the man says. I'm not even in a position to. I'm simply saying, and I asked the question, how often do you hear him saying positive things about people?
Okay.
That's all I said.
All right.
Yes.
That's all you've said, CT.
Yes.
All right. Jimmy Kwan amesema good morning RG. Well, Jimmy Kwan, good morning to you. 2.1 anasema once bitten twice shy. Before I overreact to anything, I ask myself who's reporting. But Kenyans being Kenyans never learn their lesson. Ni juzi tu hapa watu walikuwa sensational, then it turns out to be a lie. Then after it turns out a lie, people conveniently forget to react to the lie. It's just let to slide. Like that time I was reported as it was reported as fact that then it turns jamaa alikuwa tu amerelax cage. Okay, I don't think hii story nimeelewa, but my take, thank you for coming through. Shiriki amesema, umeelewa your message? Ama mimi ndo nimeisoma vibaya?
It's a bit cryptic.
Okay. Yes. Mimi sijaielewa. Maybe atuambie ni nani anaongelelea na ana refer to what exactly. Shariki amesema currently we don't have a proper opposition. What we have is a bunch of jilted lovers. Yeah.
Right.
These folks were left at the altar. But let me ask you something, CT.
Asking.
Hii kitu ambayo inaitwa opposition. For sure. We cannot say that we do not have an opposition.
We do have an opposition.
We do have an opposition, right?
In fact, we don't have one opposition.
We have several.
Yes, we do. If you talk about formations, it's more than one.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we do have an opposition. But I like the conversation we had on Friday with Senator Roba. Kuna vitu walisema specifically zitafanyika going forward. Wataanza kutuambia ni nini haswa wametupangia kama wa Kenya. Na wakasema some of the things that they're going to be touching on will include, actually she said, first order of business. When their president akiekelea Biblia chini na ashikele sword, kitu cha kwanza alisema watafanya ni corruption. To be honest, I do not think it is as easy as she described it.
That, my friend, is the heart of the matter, and you have spoken with the true wisdom. When, you know, how you talk to politicians.
Yeah.
I was spoken to my area MP once, and we're having this chat that village mates have with each other. And he said to me, you know, when the immediate former MP for this area, who is his uncle, you know, I used to criticize ni babake mdogo.
Okay.
Kwa kizungu hawana baba mdogo, so tunaita uncle.
All right.
Yeah. He said, you know, I used to criticize this guy, and I used to speak. He said, Chief, I'm now in that job. I criticize that man wrongly. Things are difficult to do.
I realized.
Said, really?
Kwa ground.
Even Narelle told me like this. He said, what? The amount of effort I've put in. Said, I really appreciate what that man did. Yes. When you talk to people who are in positions of authority over time, you will understand that they may mean well. They may even think they'll do certain things. When they get there, they realize it is not as simple as they thought.
Yeah.
No.
Wanajua kuna mwananchi na kuna mwenye nchi.
Yes, exactly. You see, I will not judge someone by what they have done. I will judge them by the effort they have made.
You see, when you talk about fighting corruption, for example, every single arm of government will have to come through to ensure that justice is served to the people of Kenya. So, for example, the president in the executive has got to ensure that when someone is mentioned in a corruption scandal, my friend, that person steps down. Yeah, if it's a CS, a PS, so that
you're not sacked. Just say,
hey, bro,
I am going to vacate the office.
Unachoma, so
that you guys know. When it is proved, as Kenyans say, otherwise, then I can always return.
So that the judiciary can get to do its work. Can say, okay.
And the DCI and other agencies can do their work.
We are investigating this fellow and we have found him guilty or not guilty, and then we're going to deal with him in this kind of way.
Yes.
But when they make the kind of statements they made here on Friday, and I'm like, you know, that's a very strong statement to make.
Yes.
I just hope that if God is gracious to them and they actually capture power, wataweza kufanya hizo vitu wamesema watafanya, because if they don't, then they will just become every other Tom, Dick and Harry who's actually ever promised Kenyans something. So there you have it. Right now, though, we want to get into a different conversation. It is now 14 minutes past 7 o'clock, and we want to talk about the cost of lighting in Kenya, or the cost of electricity in Kenya. And we are with the chairperson of Kenya Power and Lighting Company. Chairperson. Oh, it's chairman. Oh, okay. So we are with the chairman of Kenya Power and Lighting Company Board of Directors, Joy Mdivo. Joy, a very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm quite fine.
Sorry for harassing you on a
no,
Monday, Tuesday morning.
Nimezoea. You're not the first one. Kuna watu hapa naitanga daktari ananiambia no, mimi ni professor.
Inaendaga hivyo.
Wengine wanaita professor na kuambia nani alikwambia mimi ni professor? Like yeah, so tumezoea. But welcome.
Asante.
It's the last time I saw you was a couple of years ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
but
karibu.
you look well. You've kept well.
Yes. Asante sana. City has a methali from this country of ours called Kenya. Would you mind sharing it with Joy, and then we get down to business?
Tunakaribisha sana. And we thank you for honoring the invitation.
Asante sana.
Yes, I determined that the proverb from Kenya will be in Kiswahili. We may interpret it for those who don't understand the language, but it is good that we do justice to the language of Kiswahili. It's a simple proverb. Bahati haiji mara mbili.
Alosema nani lakini?
Wahenga hao ndio walisema.
Anyway, bahati haiji mara mbili.
Yes.
Lightning doesn't strike twice, huh?
So I said it, and then City was like, that's a lie. Scientifically it happens. And I was like,
exactly. That's why I was asking. Alosema nani? Manake alosema ni kama ambaye alikuwa na bahati mbaya maishani jamani.
Ndivyo, lakini nafikiria hivi, maoni yangu ni kwamba ukingojea bahati itokee badala kujibidisha, utangojea sana.
Hapo napo tunakubaliana.
Yes. So ikijitokezea ishikilie na usiwachilie, because hujui kesho. Sio?
Yeah.
That really is the point.
Hapo tunakubaliana.
Yes.
Manake kuna wale ambao hawataki kufanya bidii. Kazi yao ni kusubiri. Nieke multibet. Na mjombangu karibu afe. Kusema serikali saidia na vitu vingine kama hivyo ambavyo at the end of the day
anangoja Mwenyezi Mungu amfungulie njia, na njia ndio hiyo ishafunguliwa. Hata akaonyeshwa njia ni ifuate.
Akaambiwa pita
hapa. Njia ni mikono miwili na
Yes.
timamu. Bas. Njia nyingine iwa.
Yes.
Kweli kabisa. Alright. Thank you for that one. For the last couple of years, our electricity bill has been going high and high and high, way before you even became chairman of KPLC. Maybe you can explain to us what exactly happens so that our bills can become what we usually see them at the end of every month.
That's a compound question. Remember those questions used to be asked by the teacher, that is one question, but it is really 3 in
17-1, yeah.
So a little bit of context. About 1996, Kenya Power and Lighting Company used to be one company that does everything. You just generate power, transmit power, distribute power, used to do everything. So you had a one-stop shop. And the one-stop shop meant O&M and everything was just being handled by one company. Then in 95-96, the decision was made to unbundle the organization.
Yeah.
And so you had a split. So KenGen was created to concentrate on generating electricity. Then later KETRACO was created for transmission. Then later rural electrification was taken away and taken to, it was REA, then it became REREC now. And then there was the ones who now explore the power, find out where the next geothermal power is. The GDC was also carved out. And so you find with the unbundling, what happened is you've got different institutions that are working in the energy sector to try and get this power to you. Now, when that happened, automatically, then the need for more resources to enable all these people to do the function increased. Now, Kenya Power remained the customer-facing side of the energy sector. So until now, we are the ones who interface with you. But when we interface with you, we are not just billing you for what we are supplying you as power, what we have bought and are selling to you. We are also the ones who are collecting on behalf of the rest of the energy sector to keep the energy sector going. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is over the last, let's say, about 5-6 years, we've had a very rapid program of electrifying. And so you find we went from about 3 million customers in 2012. I need to get my stats a little bit right, but somewhere around there, till now we have like about 10.2 million customers. Now these are homes that have been connected. And so
homes and industries, or just homes?
Primarily homes. And now that's another discussion we need to have after this. Primarily homes that have been connected. Now, in all honesty, and this is not to demean anyone, but it's just the practicality of it. Anytime we do last mile connectivity, whether it's through REREC or it's KP that does it, you have to pull lines, you have to supply power. It doesn't matter what the demand is.
Yes.
That time is about connecting homes. It's a social good. Now, in terms of business, often that costs me more to get power to them than it brings back into the docket. And so we have a very huge element of cross-subsidization, where all of us somehow have to generate enough to pay the people who have given us power that we are all sharing together. Then there are places that are off-grid, that are not connected to our spider web that is called the national grid. Now, those off-grid guys are supplied sometimes by COSAP, which is the solar power programs, and others by thermal producers, the infamous thermal producers, the diesel generators. Now, these are guys who too far for the grid to reach, but they're Kenyans who deserve to be connected. Now, the cost of that fuel, you'll see it's turning up in your bill. And that fuel, you'll find often we have bought, because it's not the petrol you buy from the pump. It's called HFO, heavy fossil fuel. It's something that you've also imported, so you'll see some forex in there somewhere. Most of the power...
It's not this fuel that comes through Mombasa and then I walk into a Total or a Shell and I buy?
No. It's like crude oil. It's a little bit heavier than regular mafuta. So it also has an arrangement of how that is brought in and how many people are bringing it in. So at the end of the day, all these moving parts end up on your bill in some component or other. And then there's our regulator, EPRA, who also needs funds to carry on regulating us and regulating all of us. All these people have talked about, they're all regulated under the sector.
EPRA,
and so you find EPRA also needs some money from there. So it's a little bit of it's a fruit salad of how many people are collecting. So Kenya Power collects from them. So where have our bills kept going up? It's just practicality. We need to keep the wheels turning, and the wheels need to keep oiled, to keep moving.
Yeah, so why has it taken this long for Kenyans to be connected to the grid? Because I'm sure if all of us were connected, we'll probably be having cheaper power. I don't know. I could be wrong on this.
You could be wrong, and you probably are wrong in some aspects and right in some aspects. Like I said, the further you spread the grid, the higher your losses. Because anytime the wires are running and electrons are flowing, not all electrons get sold. Not all electrons get delivered. Sometimes even just that moving along. So, for example, we have a line that comes from Lake Turkana all the way to Suswa. By the time it comes from Lake Turkana to Suswa, the amount of electrons that have been lost along the way could light a few bulbs. But it's part of, it's like, how
part
do
of
I put it?
transmission.
Yeah, it's part of transmission. It's one of those things where, it is what it is. So there is the losses that are a must. So if you have a wider grid, then like I said, when you've got more domestic customers than industrial customers, then invariably you don't manage to stay afloat. So for example, right now I've said we have over 10 million customers. So let's use this general area where we are, Kilimani. When you drive through the streets of Kilimani, you can tell this used to be single family homes. It was one house on an acre, and that's when the grid was laid, that's what was developed. Now, when you drive around, people have been blessed and they have put up quite a few high rises. Now, those high rises, it wasn't designed to supply that many people. And so the level of failure, the level of hiccups is higher here than, for example, somewhere like Muthaiga, where it has remained largely the same.
So that's why this area keeps on losing power.
So you'll find, for example, in Muthaiga, the lines that are laid, in fact, we have some over 100-year-old transformers in Muthaiga, as in when they were first put in, they're just serviced, and those things have never failed. But we have here, transformer may blow is actually a thing around and about. Why? Because there's places where the demand is so high that the O&M becomes a lot more. So when you've got a lot more domestic customers, it doesn't automatically transmit to a lot more. It's like matatu business. If you've got a matatu that's been running for too long, maybe bringing you money every day, but it's costing you money every once in a while to keep it on the road. And then, like I said, some of our upcountry customers, the cost of getting my power to them, some of them we put a meter. Man, it's just one bulb and he charges his katululu every 3 days. It doesn't even register on the meter. As in, me keeping the meter alive is costing me money, and what he's spending is not even perceptible on the meter. So if you load a token for 500 bob, you can keep it for 6 months, because what he's spending, we don't even recognize as consumption. But there is O&M that goes to keeping, there's operation and maintenance to keeping that line alive. So It's a little bit of a mixed bag, but these days power is almost a human right, so guys need to be connected.
Every person that is in your industry, and we have hosted them here, they have never told us this. Every time we lose power, whether it's here or at home or wherever I am, you know, mi wanga nimechukia Kenya Power mbaya sana. Actually, if I had the power, I'd curse you mbaya. But now, you see, there's aspects you've explained to me, and I'm like, oh my God, I actually even pity the company. Because if you're saying connecting someone in my Ushago, and you know, you're right, because they have a Katululu, and that's it.
Yeah.
They probably have a very small TV that doesn't consume lots of power because they are currently...
And they don't watch it a lot. They'd rather listen the radio, which consumes even less.
Yes. So now, again, going back to my point of, if a lot of Kenyans were connected, then it would increase productivity, and in the end probably increase also consumption, and in a way reduce the amount of money we all have got to pay. Because if we are running 24-hour economies, for example, we are setting up small industries in our ushagos, or we are setting up, businesses that consume more power. Maybe I need a fridge in my shop or several fridges. I'm probably processing chicken, so I'm slaughtering many chicken and I need to process them for selling. That will increase my productivity, increase my consumption, and perhaps, in a way, reduce the load in terms of our pocket for everyone. Does that make sense?
Increasing consumption is one of the ways we are able to make a little bit more revenue. Now, as a business, if I look at Kenya Power as Kenya Power as a business, where I'm interested in improving consumption for industry, it would be in the industrial side. And unfortunately, those are the customers who are quote unquote moving on to captive power. They're choosing to produce for themselves. Now, I really don't blame them, because, for example, we're having discussions with some of our stakeholders, and this guy tells me he's got a factory in an industrial area. I forget what he was producing, but he says his machines are very sensitive to power fluctuation. So when there is a fluctuation, the machines sense the fluctuation and they shut down. For him to restart his factory, it takes him almost 3 hours for everything to be up and running again. To prevent that, he would rather pay expensive, because, guys, imagine once I installed solar, I save costs. It's a myth, but they usually find out when they've installed. But for him, it's like, I'd rather maintain my expensive solar get-go, but I can control my supply at a steady that won't affect my production. And then that way, I count it as a cost of business, and I load it on my customers and I move on. So you find for most of our heavy consumers, the cost, they'll pass it on to the customer anyway. Their problem is with the quality of power. But now the way our grid is, it's all interconnected. So before it gets to you to industrial area, some fellows have already thrown a line somewhere and vurutad and are sambazing power in Mukuru somewhere. Now, those are the fellows who somebody will move in and grow a brain and bring some light industries in there and start welding, affecting fluctuating the line and affecting the guys in the industrial area. So the guys in the industrial area are complaining. I don't have visibility on this guy who has got illegal connections in Mukuru, but I know there's a disruption in my line somewhere. Now that's the problem again of having a grid that's over 100 years old. It's not smart. So unless you report and tell us that the problem is here,
amutaijua.
Ama tukijua na iko ndani ya Mukuru mahali mali hatuwezi ingia. Unaona sasa ndo Kenya Power na siku moja wanakuja nafanya kitu inaitwa operation. They take all the transformers and all the lines and just disconnect the entire settlement. Because we're like, you know what, we can't figure you guys out. You've refused to cooperate. It's easier for us to just disconnect you and jump over you and
continue
supply other guys. So if I could find a way of making sure that my commercial customers are well satisfied, what they pay me is enough to cross subsidize. But Kenyans won't let us be sometimes. So even though I bring a line directly to you, because you're my high consumer and I want to make sure that things are fine, illegal connections are the bane of our existence. And especially in urban areas, that has become a major problem. This is where they rush a line, electrifies, and then they start sambazing in the...
But this is not the first time this is happening. It's
no,
not
it isn't.
And it's been going on again for decades, because I've heard of these kinds of problems happening in Kibra. Why isn't anything being done? And as much as you're saying you can't get in there, we don't have a smart grid.
The guys who go in, seli uko juu ya pole, unaambiwa umekata. Aya, rudisha ndio ushuke. Utadu? You're stuck up there. Your guy who you left in the car has been surrounded by fellows. They've already broken the windscreen. We've had several instances where guys have been injured because of attempting to
disconnect power.
Disconnect illegal connections. So that's what I'm telling you. That's why the solution sometimes becomes just disconnect the entire settlement. Just let no electrified lines pass through there. And now that in some ways is unjust, because there are some of them who try.
It's discrimination.
It is not discrimination, because I am a business. I have to account for all the power that has come. Somebody is paying for it.
I am not speaking from the point of view of KPLC. I'm speaking from the point of a civil society practitioner, and I'm speaking about a human rights practitioner. The details that you have mentioned, they will not go into. They will look at power as a right that this person should get. And if they're not getting it, the extenuating circumstances will not feature in the discussion.
No, but the thing is this. Power as a right does not exist. It is a construct. Power is not a right. Power is a luxury good. It's one of those things. That's why you pay for it. And if you don't pay for it, we disconnect. The thing that you do need is for it to be made available. Now, in most of these places, making it available is not the problem. It's the fact that once we make it available to city. Then akina Joy na akina Mbuvi all decide, you know what city has, tunavuruta kalain kutoka hapo. So it becomes self-sabotage. So if city is not willing to pay for all these fellows, what happens eventually is I'll disconnect city. Then all these other guys are disconnected, which is what happens in the slums. Because the guys for Sambaza, they manage to get a legitimate connection somewhere, or some of them do that thing of throwing a line on the wire itself and then pulling it down. Whichever they manage to get power.
Wait, that's how they do it?
Some of them, that's what they do, yes. Some of them actually just rusha, have a place mahali, and then now they sambaza
on the high voltage line.
On the high voltage line. And now, you know, there's so many guys in informal settlements who get electrocuted, kids die, and they don't report those ones. Because if they report, you remember that guy was like, nitakufinya, maneno ya stima usiongele, because they know what they're doing is illegal. But even when they get hurt, they can't sue Kenya Power because they know very well that was illegal, yeah. They can't report it to the cops. So huyo mtoto anazikwa tu hivyo, wanafanya tu matango, anapeleka mtoto nyumbani. So it's actually a crisis of the urban poor. And you know, I've spoken a little bit about guys embracing affordable housing, and I keep being knocked down. Oh, you want us to get into this? And I'm like, you know, at affordable housing, I can meter you. You can have power that you pay for. Because let me tell you, that 500 bob you're paying to that Sambaza guy, those guys are paying almost 3 times more for power than what they consume. Because that line is still nyongwad. They can't even iron. Once you iron, it trips the whole So what you're paying for is a lot more than what I would even charge you. So in terms of even of human rights, the cartels are making it impossible. We've tried bulk metering. Okay, let's give you one. If you want to Sambaza and pay me. They don't want that. They don't want to share their profits.
Also, you've actually introduced this to them.
We've tried. We have tried. And even now we are still trying. We are working with the MCAs. We are working with the MPs to see, can you organize yourselves? Let us meter you. And then you meter your consumers. And then we share the profit. So that I get something and you get something. But you've been chewing all this money by yourselves all these years. How happy are you? Then the guys of light industries. That's why you're welding without being charged 1,600 shillings.
Yeah.
But so not 1,600 literally, like figuratively. So they're saving a penny by moving the industries into residential areas. So it's a little bit of a quagmire.
Duke of Mukima anasema, how can I get a quote of 800k for a drop surely? I don't know if this is connected to power, but I'm assuming it is because, so 800k for a drop. First of all, what is he talking about? What is a drop?
You want a connection, and maybe a drop would be like the pole is quite near, so it's just aligned to your house.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to comment on that because how they quote and when they quote, usually it's dependent on this and that. Maybe that drop means there's supposed to be an increase in the capacity of the transformer. Maybe there's an extra pole. So I couldn't really tell why it got to that.
Yeah.
But he can get it reviewed if it's, you resubmit it and say, come and check this design again.
Yes.
Did you really get it right? So.
Yeah. Then he goes on to say, in Auckland's Ruiru, there are 900 plot owners who want power, but Kiswahili tunapewa. Now, price is crazy. People opting for solar right now. So it's more or less the same problem. But 900 homes, surely. That's a good...
That's a good chunk of change. That's a good chunk of change. Maybe they've been quoted for a transformer or something, because transformer costs are high. If you need a transformer, a 3-phase transformer in an area like that, maybe the quotation will be like 2M or something. So you find, unless you've got people mnashikana, mna collaborate, mnatoa pamoja, it becomes, if it's just you who's been quoted for and you're not doing commercial property, it may not be a worthwhile investment. You opt to go and find something, an alternative.
Chabed anasema solar savings is not a myth. Kelvin Wanyonyi, movie unahurumia KPLC, huruma wacha ibaki estate. KPLC is one of the most mismanaged entities. E.g., the postpaid meters is a very big loophole where KPLC is taking advantage to give exaggerated bills. There's one time I was living in Kahawa and Dani. I just cleared Campo and I was in a bed sit. I was paying 6,500 Kenya shillings for rent. I got a bill of 4,500. And it really shocked me because I didn't even have a fridge. I just had a TV and my katululu at the time.
Now, the thing about high bills. Okay, the lady was saying about the solar savings is a myth. That's a large discussion.
Chabeda is a man. But
Chabeda is a man. That discussion is something that I'm not speaking fiction. It's fact. But it's mostly for the ones who are larger consumers. So for example, if it's just you in your house and you put a solar panel, you will see some savings. But if you are an industry and you're producing, the quality of power that you produce with solar over time declines. And so you need to really keep
changing the batteries.
With the batteries, with the panels, with the maintenance. So at the end of the day, people do that mainly for consistency of supply rather than for saving. And by the way, time is money. And if you're in your production, that might actually be a saving, even though it is cash more spending. But in terms of profit, it comes back. So, but now these bills, on that score, we've had a major problem. And one of the major problems we've had is that postpaid meters depend on meter readers to tell us what your consumption is. Now, on that score, we had a major blind spot. Because our guys would sometimes not read meters. I mean, a guy would just sit down and send readings and do whatnot. And that thing cost us a lot of heartache. Because what would happen was, the day he eventually gets around to reading the meter, or the day somebody else takes that bit and goes around and reads meters, what the system does, it autocorrects. So if you've been assuming Joy has been consuming to 2 units, then the day you come and you bring a reading and it shows actually, since the last time the meter was read until now, Joy has actually consumed 50 units. Oh, and we've only managed to bill for 18 so far. So these are that, it autocorrects like immediately. So your next bill, that's why you'll be saying, I've been getting bills of 10K. Then 1 month I get a bill of 70K. Where did this extra 60K come from? It's because now between the last time the meter was read and the next time the meter was read and what you've been billed in between, now it just autocorrects. It's like, oh, okay, so we've billed, we've received, but we haven't received to this extent. Now to you it comes as a shocker. Where did all this come from? That one has been a failing on our part. We have tried to introduce measures to try and reduce this. So for now, for example, you're trying to use an OCR system where
what is an OCR system?
Hata mimi sijui, mimi naambiwa
inaitwa OCR. Okay, then explain.
But what it does, it
geolocates.
It geolocates the meter reader. So you can't input if you're not near the meter that you're supposed to be reading. So it places you on the scene, basically. The interesting thing is that guys who are reporting 100% efficiency in meter reading, the first month to introduce this, we went down to 40%. Meaning, a lot of our guys walikuwa natupanga.
Of course.
So that is something I can assure Kenyans. Eventually, we will get to a place where your meters will be read every single month as they are supposed to. In the meantime, we have a campaign where we are replacing meters with smart meters. Now, smart meters, I don't need to come and read your meter. We have a system now that the meter communicates with the rest of the system. So we are able to tell what your consumption is. If we disconnect, it's automatic. And once you pay, the reconnection should also be automatic. Sometimes there's a problem, but the dream is as instantaneous as our prepaid ones are, so that as soon as you pay, it reconnects. But we're working on it.
And even this one for the prepaid meter, do I have really to go buy buy the token and then go start putting 41.72? Is it not possible to just, once the moment I buy, it just automatically, reconnects power?
It is possible. Only we are not there. We don't have a smart grid, I told you. Our grid is still quite analog. And so right now, it's basically a question of money. We don't have enough money to improve all of it at once. So for the time being, we have to do this. Now, it has its problems. Because, okay, fine, we've moved on from the days when you had to go and buy the token from a vendor in the estate and get a small receipt that ukieka vibaya ikifuliwa na nguo token yako imeenda hivyo. These days at least iko kwa simu tunapiga hatua. But the dream is I should be able to remotely load my power. I've gone on holiday, I've traveled, I've done whatever, and I know my power is running out. I shouldn't come back to a house that's smelling like somebody died inside because the fridge gave up 2 weeks ago before I got back to Kenya. So it's something that we are working on. The technology exists. The funds do not allow. Because like I said, we have over 10.2 million meters that are active right now. For me to upgrade all of them, if I'm spending even 8,000 per meter, is over
it's a colossal amount.
Several billions. So imefika mahali. For now we are doing it, piecemeal. So you'll get some guys will get texts and they're told we are coming to replace the meters in your area. Some guys will knock and tell you we are coming to bring in smart meters. So that process is ongoing, but it's painfully slow. And hopefully we'll get there.
The households that have been connected, what percentage actually pay?
That's a good question. We have over 1 million meters which we do not know where they are. So those ones don't pay.
Over 1 million?
Over 1 million of the 10 million. We have over 1 million where we don't know. So there are various reasons. Sometimes Kenyans move and they assume the meter is theirs and they move with it. Sometimes you move out of the house and the house has been vacant for a while and guys come in and steal the meters. So there are various reasons why meters disappear.
What do you do with the meter that you've stolen?
That is when you know a guy, you call a Kenya Power guy and he comes and he connects you to power. Then one day somebody comes and tells you your line is illegal. You're living in Kiambu and your meter is registered for Migori. That's when those things happen.
Wait a minute. So I can actually take my meter from Migori, like you said, and use it in Kiambu.
And when you do that, then one day somebody will come and tell you, at which meter? Because like when we're doing the updating, some meters are not updating. So we send our text to go check it out. Then they're like, this meter shouldn't be here. Because when we install meters, they're registered to a specific area. Location, yes. So when it moves from that location, it disappears. So we don't know where it is. The day it does turn up, you're deemed to have been a thief that stole the meter from Migori and came to install it in Kiambu.
Yeah.
And that's when you run into problems. Like, you remember the time we had an issue with some MP and we're like, where are you getting these meters from? And we admit some of our guys help them. Some of the contractors that we hire to help us with work, they keep corners. Wanaeka meter kwa boot, alafu wanakwambia hii kitu nipatie tu 20,000 akushikanishia. And it goes ahead, shikanishes for you. When you're vending, it will vend because it's behaving like a conduit. But the day there's an inspection, then you're like, hii kitu yako ni illegal. Then they call recovery. Wanangoa zote. And na kila kitu. That's what recovery is. Because they're like, this shouldn't have been here to begin with. So you find it brings real problems. And the guy was talking about the 900 families in Ruiru. You might find it's something like that. Maybe there's a contractor who developed a certain area and laid lines and connected people and we're like, this shouldn't have been here. Then when you're trying to recover because to regularize is not a matter of, okay, fill this form and now you guys are on board. No, it's a matter of taking it down and putting it back up again. Because of standards and qualities and whatnot, we cannot be assured that the work that was done was up to par. Now, when you come to take people's transformers, it becomes, wanakuja kutungolea transformer. It's a big old fight. People resist, haki yetu. So, usually the thing is, switch them off power and just go away until the day when they're willing to come down and have a conversation.
And it's because people actually do not know. Because if I move into a neighborhood and there's power, then one day there's no power, I'll be like, ngoja kidogo.
Exactly.
And you see, we'll have those mandamanos because we had the power, Kenya power imengoa.
Exactly.
And then when you tell us that there was an illegal connection, we're like, okay, see, then we just ratified, sign papers. But now you see you explaining that we need to undo this entire connection.
Yes.
Do it the right way, because even how it was done before was But me,
it's because I would be liable if anything happens and there was a fire and whatnot. You sue Kenya Power because you're assuming Kenya Power did the right thing to lay the lines to you. So if something happens, I am liable. Now, if it was an illegal connection to begin with, I will not sign off on it and tell you, okay, just sign it and continue consuming power. The day your asset burns down, then I'm like, oh, the wires that were used were too thin, or they were too many. At that time, that's when we are realizing, oh, there was a problem. But because we didn't do the work, we couldn't sign off on it.
Yeah.
That's why the only solution is a take down and put back up again.
Does Kenya Power have a system where their consumers and their clients can communicate to them directly about the problems they have, the issues they have, and so forth?
Apart from our customer care lines, our customer care lines is like our first port of call.
Ile kupiga simu.
Ile kupiga simu.
Your 97771.
I am talking about data collection here. I'm referring to a system that enables you to know, or people can actually channel their complaints through, and it is documented. So when you talk about the problems that your consumers have, you can more or less catalog, categorize, stratify, and know that these are the issues we have in this area, these are the issues we have in this area. So when you're talking solutions, it's to specific areas, to specific problems, and so forth. That's the question I'm asking.
Actually, apart from our customer care, guys, I think we don't have a more robust. I know we do customer engagement. So we do chief barazas. So we do chief barazas, especially when you talk about public safety, talking about anti-fraud. So we'll do some stakeholder engagement. But what you're suggesting, I think, needs to be more robust than that. Okay, so some of our larger customers, for example, would have a relationship manager. And so somebody would be following up to see what are the problems that they're dealing with. But what you're suggesting, I think, makes sense in terms of having more structured conversations. Because most times, by the time we're interfacing with the customer, there is a problem. There's emotions, there's anger issues, there's an urgency to fix. And usually once it's fixed, the conversation ends. And so some of those things remain unresolved. And I'm seeing there is there's a hole there you painted that I'm like, you know what, there's need to have those conversations before they even become a problem.
Does Kenya Power have a communication department?
We do. We do have a communications department. Jua for sure. They do our little campaigns here and there. And you can tell, like, since I joined, one of the things that we've tried to do is speak a lot more with our customers. Have a little bit more. So our communication.
You're holding this stick from the wrong end. You should be listening to them more than talking to them, because these are people who are with you daily. They are awendi mahali, and they keep increasing in number.
Yeah.
And the only way you know how well you are doing is when they talk to you, because they're the ones who consume the product, not you.
That is true. No, you consume the products as well.
No, you are individuals who consume the products, and you interface with these issues differently from the person who isn't connected directly to Kenya Power. The listening aspect of your business is fundamental to everything that you want to do, plan to do, hope to do, and so forth. Because when you listen, then your response is to real issues. Yes, and data here becomes king, because, and queen, of course, where when you talk, it's authority, and you know exactly what you're saying, you know exactly what you're dealing with, because you've been told.
Yeah, because you're dealing with empirical data.
Yes, they've told you. They have informed you. So when you go out to speak, you are speaking to issues that relate directly to the customer. So the relationship automatically becomes different, and you become that listening company. That company that is actually concerned. And believe me, one of the things that listening does, you'll be amazed that your consumers often have a clearer understanding of the solutions they need than you do.
That is arguable.
Or take it from me that somebody who consumes your product on a daily basis, and they're many in number, what they understand as possible solutions is something you cannot wish away. As the technical experts and the people who understand it, you'll have more knowledge on that particular subject than they do. But remember, this is a consumer's perspective.
You know why I'm saying that is arguable is because before I joined Kenya Power, I was the chairman of the Bure Kabisa Awards on Twitter for Kenya Power, because I felt they were not doing this and they're not doing that. How can you make losses? And you're blah, blah, blah. Then I joined the business and I understood there are nuances that, like what I'm doing today, it helps to tell people that this is how these things work.
so
that they moderate the expectations.
Yes.
And a lot of the people's complaints, usually when you've had a conversation, and that's why I'm saying we need to open up that listening aspect before there is a problem. Because when you're talking to somebody and there's already an issue, there's communication noise. So you don't really communicate. You're trying to sort out the problem that brought him. But if you have a channel where you're, before it becomes a problem, now like we're discussing about this cost of power, then we can break this down and tell people, you know what, like now for example, there is tariff review that is going on. EPRA should be engaging in stakeholder engagement between now and June, for people to tell them what they think about how power is costed. Because I don't determine how much I charge for power. EPRA does. Now, EPRA is the one with the big picture of what everybody in the sector needs. So they're the ones who allocate. This much go to the generators, this much go to who, this much go to who, this much go to who, and all of you are collected at this point. Now, if you tell EPRA, for example, this and that is a pain point, this and that is a pain point, they have the authority and the power to say, you know what, okay, so we'll take this out of the bill and we'll only bill for this. Now, unless Kenyans know that this is EPRA's role and this is the window that they have to engage, the season will pass them. And they'll spend the next 3 years, when the tariff has been set, complaining about the cost of power, and they didn't have an opportunity to engage. So I agree with you. We have to be more deliberate about doing the listening part before it's the floods, before it is high bills, before it is ridiculousness, so that it's a collaborative effort.
Let me ask you a question, Joe. Is KPLC a government parastatal or is it privately owned?
It is a government-owned enterprise and it is privately owned as well. So government has got 50.1% of the stake of the company, and 49.9% of the stake of the company is owned by private individuals and corporations, other corporations.
The reason why I asked the question is not that I don't know, I do know the answer to the question you've answered. But when you are deemed as a government entity, you are guilty even before you've been told the charges.
Yes, that is true.
Yes. So the sins of other government entities will be lumped upon you because of that association that you are government. So the need to demystify here means explaining or going about the business we're doing now is absolutely important.
Yes, it's critical.
Once you talk about government, it's a public entity, private, the need for people to continuously understand what it actually does, the role. There are many people who do not know this categorization, that there's Kengen, there's Katrako, there's Rerek, there's GD. They have no idea.
Then there's just no power.
You in Kenya Power. Okay, when you say Kengen, yes, you in Kenya Power. Say, no, actually they produce power. Yeah, but that's what Kenya Power does. Now, you see, it is tedious, yes, but you know it is necessary. If you want an equal partnership with your consumer, let them get to know you a little better.
That is true.
That relationship then becomes better. Because they themselves will be explained rather than say, actually, no, that's not it. We say this very often in this particular studio with regards to other government entities. The government does a really terrible job of communicating to its citizens.
That is true.
Genuinely terrible. And yet, there are no shortages of supposed experts who are supposed to do this. So, because this is something critical, this is not just important. Power it's critical.
It is critical.
Okay? The approach and the need for the communication to be given the urgency that it deserves cannot be overstated. It's not possible to overstate it.
True.
Yes.
True.
Yes.
There is another Nyakio here on YouTube. Good morning, Aji. Her concept making some sense, lakini I think mwananchi wa kawaida are turning those wheels at a very high rates. Hizi ni wheels gani? Haya.
Bro, wewe yasoma.
Nimesoma.
Basi tuendelee kwa wengine.
Yes. Ronald Wasonga amesema huku Kibera tunalipa 200 per month na hatuwezi iron. It's high time you do away with cartels cause living kwa nyumba ya mabati na stima pia imekuja through back door. Very risky.
It's very risky because that thing, if it lands on your roof, your entire house is electrified.
Yes.
And you're dead. It's very unfortunate.
You can't even open the door.
There's a case, the lady in Malindi who passed away with her child because a pole fell on their house. Now, if it was a timber house or a mud house, those guys would be fine. But the house was tin. So once it fell, and one of the children went to try and find out what's going on. She was electrocuted. The mother saw the child being electrocuted and tried to save the child. And the mother was also electrocuted. So it's one of those things where even we need public safety awareness.
Yes.
That in case of an electrocution, this is how you safely save somebody who is being electrocuted, because the death is not instant. You have a few seconds where you can do something. But we haven't, like, in fact, Titi has said it correctly. We haven't done it enough. When I was growing up, those PSAs used to go out all the time. Don't switch on your socket with wet hands because water is a good conductor of electricity. We all knew that.
And students, you are taught these things even in school.
Even in school.
Yes.
If somebody is being electrocuted, look for a wooden pole or something and pull them away from with it. These days you hear how people pass away with electric accidents, and you're like, a lot of that is people don't know what to do. You have a fire in the kitchen and you suspect an electric fire, don't pour water on it, because the whole floor becomes lava, because water is a good conductor of electricity. But now you don't know, you go ahead and pour, and the next thing, all of you are dancing on these pins trying to get away. So it's we have to reimagine how to do this. And we, like, for example, fraud, this thing of vandalizing transformers and whatnot. When we have chiefs barazas, and you explain to people, look, when you siphon that fuel, how much money do you save? Then your village is in darkness for 2 weeks. In that 2 weeks, your health center is not working, your schools are not working, the butchers, the guys in the butcheries have lost their stock. Is it really worth it? Then people sit down and they think to themselves, you know what? That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, you hear young people who break the ceramic conductors. They break them and grind them and make something that they sniff. I'm like, who even discovered that you can sniff?
Does it get them high?
Apparently.
But
I'm
probably
like,
kills them at the same time.
It probably does.
But over time.
Because, I mean, who even discovered that was a thing? When guys vandalize and go and sell the copper to, I mean, Kenya, we export copper and aluminium, and we don't have a single mining ore for these things in this country. When you can see fellows folding wires and going to sell them, you know these guys have stolen from you. This all comes back. If you look at your bill, there's a component of losses that we recover from the consumers. So we don't absorb the whole loss. So ukiba transformer si ati inaenda bure. Kuna mtu bado analipia some aspect of it back.
See, those guys don't care. That's the unfortunate part.
But the conversation to have with Kenyans is, you want the cost of power to come down. How is it coming down? If I'm still making over 23% losses, now I've reduced, I'm about 21, but I'm only allowed to recover maybe about 18-19%. Still, it's coming back to you. It's part of your bill. Because if I could reduce my costs to less than 6%, EPRA wouldn't allow me to recover anything from the consumer, because that would be within acceptable limits. So my profits should be able to cover it.
Yeah.
But now, no one can cover it. So guess what? Kenyans are paying
to pay
for all this. But the conversation has to be had so people can understand cause and effect. When you do this, this is what happens.
David Waganga. Yeah. Anauliza, why does KPLC anua stima when it rains?
We don't anua stima when it rains. But this, during the floods, we had to do an aspect of anuaring stima, actually.
Okay.
When the South Sea substation was flooded, if we hadn't disconnected that power, it would have been catastrophic.
Okay.
So on that day, hiyo siku tulianua moto, because even the substation was getting flooded.
Yeah.
And we realized if the power remains on, it could be catastrophic. And by that time, even our guys, it wouldn't be safe for them to go in and do something about it. So once it got to a certain level, the decision was made, shut it down. And I think it saved the day.
Yeah, true.
And now we're actually reconfiguring that entire substation. So it's going to be built a lot higher up than it is now. So everything will be moved, I think, to the first or the second floor, so that in future, people don't have to be off power if they're not in direct danger.
I guess what he's probably asking is, what is the connection with Kenya Power and when it rains, stima huwa zinapotea? That is, I'm sure that is what he's asking.
That is what he's asking. Yes. But we have improved somewhat, because one of the first culprits was trees. So when the trees are near power lines and it starts raining, the wind is blowing, and the water, like I said, is a good conductor. So what it would do, it would cause short circuits. And so we started this campaign on trying to trim the trees. It was a bit unpopular. It looked a little bit ugly, I know, but it was necessary to sort of keep the lines clear. Okay. And I urge everyone, if you live somewhere where you have trees and you can see that the trees are approaching the power lines, please contact either Kenya Power or the Nairobi County or whichever county where you're in, the county government. They have the equipment to be able to safely trim those branches before they become a problem.
County government has the equipment.
They do have the equipment.
Nairobi has.
They do have the equipment.
I've actually seen them trimming trees around Nairobi.
You have?
Like even when trees fall along the way, they're the ones who clear. They're the ones with the mandate actually. Even when Kenya Power cuts those trees, we have to get the say-so from the county government, because apparently the trees belong to the county. The ones on the roads anyway. They're not.
Nimeona Kenya Power. Nimeona Nairobi County wakiwa wanaenda to cranes tudogo.
Na to power so.
Na wanakatakata hizo vitu.
I am biased.
No.
No. I actually don't have a problem with Sakaja. I think electing him was a mistake.
Yeah.
But it's not that I have anything against him. I am not judging him. I'm judging his performance. But my bias is against county government and the people who are in charge of county government. Because unfortunately, again, the vast majority of people whom we elect are incompetent, not because they do not have the knowledge, but the running of the county government, the managing of its affairs eludes them completely. So all these things the Auditor General keeps reporting tells me that these fellows are outside their depths when it comes to doing what they're supposed to do.
But allow me now to just segue a little bit. And now I'm not Chairman Kenya Power now. Let me talk as Joy, the Kenyan. We make a mistake when we equate politicians with administrators
or leaders, for that matter.
If I go, no, they can be leaders, but not administrators. If I go back to the Moi days, one of the things that you realized was the politicians were, sitting at the top of the pile. But from the PS level, you had nothing but technocrats running the show, and these are professionals, and they didn't used to move around a lot.
In fact, you knew who was PS
the
because
PS was.
They stayed there for the longest time.
Exactly. And those guys learned the whys, the wherefores, the ins, the outs. They knew the people. They knew everybody who's doing everything else. Now, when we changed Katiba Mpya and then we made some of these things more open and susceptible, and then also increased the number of people who have a responsibility role, so we split it up. So where it was one person who knew everything stopped at the Attorney General. Now we introduced human rights contributions, DPP, and so we sort of spread everything out. So we've gotten to a place where everybody is doing something and nobody is doing anything. And we have a situation where now you elect somebody into space and you're wondering why they're not performing, but this guy just came. He doesn't know who actually does the job down here. So what do? They just manage you. You're sitting there. They keep giving you all these nice reports, everything is fine, the fish are swimming and the ducks are also swimming and the pond is clean. And you're sitting there thinking everything is honky-dory. But if you had that PS who had the Hawkeye, who'd been sitting with these guys for 20 years, he knows the crooks, he knows the who, he knows the ins, he knows the outs.
Off at the lowest rank.
He's been climbing through the years.
Oh, he knows that system.
He knows it in and out because government is run by systems. It's not run by people. And so what we have a situation is people who manage the politicians. They know in 5 years you'll be gone. Somebody else is coming here anyway, after all. Then also these people who come into office, what they do, one of the first things that they do is that they come in with their
people.
And I've seen guys who've come in with an entirely new crop. And you've got people who are sitting on the C-suite floor who know absolutely nothing about what's going on the rest of the building. And so at the end of the day, you've got 5 years of trying to play catch up. By the time they're getting caught on with the game, it's time for the next election or the next cycle. And it's a lost opportunity. So maybe as Kenyans, we need to ask ourselves, some of these things and some of these roles we duplicated, thinking we're bringing more accountability. What we've done, we've given people spaces to hide, eat salaries and do nothing for a long time until when it's time for somebody else to do it. But that was a digress and it does not in any way represent the position of the Kenya Power Company. That was just speaking in our own personal capacity.
As a Kenyan. We appreciate your input on that. But again, ask it now, Joy, the Kenyan. Are you still interested in politics in 2027?
Yeah, I'm a politician to the core. That one, aishangi.
So 27 tungoje kuna kitu unafanya?
Hapana, me I don't run. Me I comment. So you know me I analyze. I'm those Kenyans who belong nowhere. In Kenya, for you to do politics, you need what is called a base. Now, my father is a Mluya from Kakamega. My mother is a Mwembu from Kirigi. I was born in Nairobi, Hapa Bahati. I was married in Kitale, but the husband originally comes from Busia. I have zero base because I belong to the entire nation.
Okay.
So I'm one of those people, unless I'm running in Nairobi. Yes, as a Nairobi, there's a certain level you need to get to that I'm not too sure whether as the professional mama kanisa person that I am, I am cut out for it.
And,
so nitabaki tu nikikommend.
Enda Kitale kwa mzee. Hapo maybe watakusikiza.
Diende Kitale pengine nikatembea na natembea.
You never know. But thank you so much for availing yourself and for helping us have this conversation. How can Kenyans reach Kenya Power? Just through 97771 ama kuna njia nyingine?
Kuna 99771 or you can self-service by *977 hash or you can download the My Power app from iOS or from iOS Google Play Store. But also we have customer care desks. As when we walk to the banking hall, you also will be attended.
Okay.
Also our website is interactive. We have she's called Zuri, our chatbot. No, she's called, I forget. Zuri Safaricom. Ours, she has a name. She Nuru.
So for example,
she's called Nuru.
If I want to report fraud, maybe I'm suspecting this Kenya Power official wants to extort me. You start to pick a customer care. Sema hapa kuna jamaa ako na nywele ya white anataka kunibia do.
We have a whistleblowers number. I'll find that out and send it to you because I don't have it handy, but we actually have an anonymous whistleblowers number where you can send in anonymous credible tips.
Yeah, ndio watu wa Kibera pia waseme mahali kuna illegal connections venye mnaweza wasaidia.
Wenye wanajua and you know they're the ones who are suffering because those guys they put that color in. You can only light the nini and charge a phone. There's nothing else you can do with that power. So it's not really power. It's lighting that they give people.
All right.
You have the lighting and no power.
Nonetheless, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Don't go too far. Winnie Maganga. And then in the next hour, I shall be telling you who we are hosting next.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. UDA Secretary General Hassan Omar has strongly criticized some political leaders for turning the ongoing fuel scandal into a political issue, describing their remarks as superficial and irresponsible. Speaking at a press briefing in Mombasa, he warned that such statements could undermine economic stability and public confidence, stressing that national energy security shall not be used for political gain. He also singled out Rigathi Gachagua, accusing him of working with dishonest public officials to unlawfully benefit from the controversy.
It is therefore worth noting that while Wamunyore is well within his democratic right to engage in political contestation, he must exercise prudence and avoid inflammatory, ill-informed and infantile pronouncements meant to inflame emotions and score cheap tribal and parochial political points. In conclusion, we wish to provide clarity on the following critical issues. We offer firm assurances to Kenyans that they will not be penalized at the pump for this ill-conceived fuel importation misadventure. In the forthcoming fuel price review, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority will sustain the government-to-government G2G pricing framework.
Leaders in Olkalau constituency are asking for calm and unity as residents mourn the late Member of Parliament David Kiaraho, who served 3 terms. They say the mourning period should stay free of politics and are asking people at Wednesday's prayer service to show respect and honor the unity Kiarao promoted. The late MP will be buried on Friday in Tigoni, Limuru constituency.
Niombe wale wote ambao wanahusika na haya mambo, haswa wale wanasiasa, tuweze kuweka tofauti yetu ya kisiasa kando siku ya Jumatano na tuweze kumwaga ndugu yetu na kupatia familia nafasi nzuri ya kulia ndugu yao.
Sisi kama wakaaji wa Olkalau, kama viongozi katika constituency hii, hatutaki mtu ataleta mambo ya siasa. Kila mtu ajue yoyote ambaye atakuja pale, anything about it invoke our emotions, we shall not entertain.
UDA Busia branch officials have rejected proposed political zoning ahead of the 2027 elections, declaring they will field candidates for all seats from NCA to governor. Local leaders argue that zoning undermines the democratic processes, favors boardroom deals, and risk reducing voter choice.
So kwa hivyo tunasema kwamba hii ni demokrasia, kila chama iweze kupewa nafasi ya kufanya nini, ya kuweka candidates kutetea ama kung'ang'ania hizi viti ambazo ziko. Now we are going to field all the candidates from the MCA to MP, woman rep, governor, and of course our president, we are seeking his tutor.
Kusikiza ya kwamba hakuna zoning, sababu tuko na candidate kuanzia MCA na wote, na sio mmoja kwa ward moja. Kwa ward moja tumeweza kupata aspirant kwa ward hata 5 wa 6, whereby tunaongea na wao, tutakuwa na free and fair nomination.
At least 10 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli airstrikes and fighting between Hamas and an Israel-backed Palestinian militia in central Gaza. Local sources say the strikes reportedly targeted Hamas security personnel who had clashed with members of the militia east of Maghazi refugee camp. A spokesperson for Al-Aqsa Hospital in Deir al-Balah said the bodies of 10 people from the scene had been brought there. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Bayern Munich are waiting to see if Harry Kane will be fit to play against Real Madrid in the Champions League quarter-final. The England captain trained in Munich on Monday before travelling with the team to Madrid. He missed England's friendly against Japan and Bayern's win over Freiburg due to a minor ankle injury. Coach Vincent Kompany has not confirmed if Kane will feature in the game. The Harambee Stars player Clark Odor has spoken out about his fitness during training on Monday. He also shared an update on his club Grimsby Town, which is currently 10th in England's League 2. Here is Clark.
And a fantastic, obviously, team performance as well. This 2-0 win is not a bad way to do it.
No, not a bad way at all. I think everyone was definitely at it today from the get-go. And yeah, like you said, I think we're all just looking to rectify Friday's performance, and we did that. Is kind of job done in the first half. Should have been a few more goals, but at the end of the day, we won and we kept a clean sheet as well.
And back into the starting 11 for you today. How did you find it?
And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
And we are back. It is now 12 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? This is the People's Breakfast. And a big shout out to Kevin Wanyonyi, Omao Ibrahim, and Daniel Taboot. You guys are doing an awesome job as far as contributing to the conversation is concerned. And in this particular hour, we want to talk about devolution and Kenya's economic status. With us in studio is economist and governance advocate Boni Mwangi. Boni Mwangi, a very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here.
Nice. Yeah. Citi has a proverb he'd like to share with you. So, okay. And probably you'll give us your thoughts on the particular proverb.
All right.
What do you think about it from your perspective?
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So this week we are in Nairobi, Kenya.
Okay.
So we're in the Republic of Kenya.
Yes.
And our proverbs are in the Kiswahili language.
Okay.
Bahati haiji mara mbili.
Okay. So I think what that means is that don't count on second chances. Right?
Good. Very good.
You're actually right.
Yeah. Yes. Crisp and to the point.
Imagine. Me, I would have started saying, now you see, like in 1978. But you've done a good job, Bonnie.
Thank you.
you know, people have been talking a lot about devolution, which obviously has been with us since 2013, I believe, when we swore in that particular government that took over the new dispensation. And the one of the major questions we've been asking ourselves is, has devolution delivered for Kenya? At least for the last couple of years, 15 years, I believe it is, as we would have expected it to. Yeah. What do you think?
You want the truth?
Yes.
I want nothing but the truth.
Yeah, so I would say I think the answer to that question is an emphatic no for me. And I'll give you the reasons why.
All right.
I think devolution was well intended. But I think when you look at the way it's been implemented, when you look at the actual data, there's no case that can be made that it's been even 50% successful. Let's look at, for example,
15%?
50%. I wouldn't say that even 50%.
All right.
Has not been successful. And I say that as someone who actually thinks that devolution can work. It can work, but we have to be more thoughtful in terms of how we implement it. So the first thing I would say is when we got devolution in 2014, our country had about 2 trillion worth of debt, right? Today we are talking about 12 trillion, right? North of 12 trillion. It's been debt after debt after debt. So our country has never had a balanced budget for 11 years straight. Why do you think that's the case, right? We have a very big government. It's a very expensive government. And so frankly, we should have sat down and tried to be more thoughtful in terms of asking ourselves, what is going to be the cost of this structure of government, right? Because you have to balance, representation and then the economic viability of the system. So we have a system, whether you like it or not, but it's when you actually look at the data and ask yourself, are we making progress? I don't think there's any data to say that it's made progress. Number one, like I said, debt has gone up from 2 trillion to 12 trillion. When you go down to the counties and you look at the standards of living, you pick whatever county you want to pick, right?
Yes.
I don't think when you look at the investment and then look at the outcomes today, you can say that we've sent 3.6 trillion to the counties in 11 years of devolution. We are dealing with 44% poverty rate today. You look at counties like Turkana, 83% poverty rate today, 82% poverty rate 11 years ago. But that we've sent 129 billion to that county. You look at counties like Machakos, right? We've sent in 93 billion in 11 years of devolution, 40% poverty rate, right? This is true in almost every county that you want to look at. So when I look at the cost that this has had on the Kenyan economy, it's huge. So the debt situation that we're talking about is going to be with us for a long period of time. We are not going to get out of this situation in 10 years. So to me, that's an opportunity cost. And again, the cost of government is a huge issue. So I think we should have been more thoughtful in terms of what can we afford, right? We are looking at, 47 counties last year spent 533 billion,
right,
at the county level. They spent 483 billion the year before that. So they upped their spending by 50 billion. So that's on average, let's say 1 billion for each county. Every county is raising its spending every year, but nobody's asking where that money is going to come from. At the national level, again, I told you we are deficit every year, right?
Right.
So if you look at the last 5-6 years, we've spent about 40 to 50% more than we make as a country. And so by the time you're sending the first shilling to the county government, you are actually in deficit. So I'll give you an example of last year. We spent 3.8 trillion as a country. We raised only 2.5, right? So 40% of what we spent last year, we borrowed. Debt service last year was 1.6 million. So think about debt service. A country that has serious issues. You've seen cancer cases go up, serious illnesses go up, but we are spending, for 1 shilling that we spent last year on healthcare, we spent 12 on debt service, right?
Yeah.
Think about that in terms of our country's ability to serve Kenyans, right? For every shilling we spent on debt service last year, on education, we spent 3 on debt service. So debt service is our largest expense by far, right? That's an opportunity cost. We talk about wanting to be Singapore. We can't be Singapore if we're behaving like this, right? So the question of, has devolution worked? It hasn't worked. Again, 3.6 trillion sent to the counties, 44% poverty rate. When you actually go down and you look at what's happening with the money, it is not there, and it's not difficult to understand why.
What would 3.6 trillion, you said?
Yeah.
How would it look like? What exactly would we be seeing so we can say, okay, so that's where it went to. Oh, yeah, that's okay. What kind of, is it infrastructure?
So, yeah. So
is it, just paint a picture.
So let me give you an example. you can build a very nice level 5 hospital, but 800 billion, a billion. So if I tell you that we've spent 129 billion to Turkana County in 11 years of devolution, and you go down there and you're looking for infrastructure, you're looking for roads, you're looking for hospitals, you're looking for stable sources of water, right? You don't see them, right? Again, our county governments are mandated to spend 30% of what we sent down there on development. So I give you a number and I say, we sent 129 billion in in money that we sent to Turkana County in 11 years of devolution. Go find me 40 billion worth of development. You're not going to find it, right? So again, we have not thought about this system the way that we needed to. The issues are big. It's not just that you have a big government. We have a lot of corruption, to be frank, and we have a lot of incompetence. And I have a lot of examples that I can give you. So we needed to be a lot more thoughtful about this system, because whatever system we decide to go with, it has to be economically viable. Again, the average county last year, 2024-2025, can only raise 5.9% of its budget. Okay, 11 years into devolution, the average county can only raise 5.9% of its budget. 94% of the funding has to come from somewhere else. I just told you that we have deficits every year.
And by somewhere else, you mean national government?
Yes. And again, at the national level, we are spending 40 to 50%. We are borrowing 40 to 50% of what we're spending. So there's no money to begin with, right? So every shilling that goes at county level, it's supposed to be treated as though it was the last one that we have. But when you look at the actual spending, you can't say that.
Where?
Yeah.
So now, what do we do? Do we disband this whole devolution thing?
I think that we need to start by asking ourselves, what is the point of devolution, right? That's a very foundational question to me. In my view, the entire point of government is to serve people. So when you come up with a system of government, the only way to evaluate whether that's working is to ask, is it actually serving people, right? And the way to do that is to look at how much in resources we are sending to these places, and how much of that money is actually going to serve someone. So if I go to my county of Kiambu, for example, and say that we've sent in, how much? We've sent in 112 billion in 11 years of devolution. I want to see the impact of that money. I want to see the standard of living go up. I want to see development. I want to see roads. I want to see less poverty. I want to see better schools. I want to see better hospitals, right? It's the only way to look at. But I don't think you can say that in most places. I mean, I can give you 15 counties that have north of 60% poverty rate, and we've sent in close to 100 billion to these counties. It is not working. So the question is, what are we going to do about it? And I will say that the cost of government is out of control. I wouldn't say that the government is big. I would say that the cost of government is out of control. We can decide to have as many politicians as we want. We have a lot of them here. There's a politician for every 20,000 Kenyans. But you can't have that many politicians and then pay them ridiculous salaries. The average governor in this country last year, in 2024-2025, earned an income that was 62 times the average income of the citizen. So you take whatever county you want to take, right? You look at the income earned by a governor and the average...
by income, you mean the salary that we are paying this governor?
I'm saying when you look at, and I'm just talking about basic salary, when you look at what the governor is making, and I'll just pick, like if I go to a county like Wajir, and you look at the income earned by that governor, and you look at what the average citizen is making in that county, on average, when you look at the aggregate data for the entire country, 62 times what the average citizen is making. An MC is making 10 times what the average citizen is making. The average doesn't even tell you the actual impact, because some places where the governor is making 140 times what the average citizen is making. This system of government is not designed to serve citizens. It's just not. Because how do you pay someone 140 times in a government, right? In a government, I mean, most of the people listening to this discussion are in the private sector. I want to hear from someone who's making 140 times what your neighbor is making, right? You can't find that, right? You know, I like to think that I'm an educated guy. I work in one of the most advanced economies in the U.S. I am never going to get paid 160 times what my neighbor is making, right? So why is it that we have different expectations when it comes to government? Government's purpose is to serve citizens. And so if you want to make 150 times what your neighbor is making, go to the private sector.
Go to the private sector, yeah.
Go start a business, right? But you can't do that on the backs of people making 20,000. It's just not the way government is supposed to operate.
Ideally, how much, what is the ratio in terms of earnings should they make? So if it's not 62 or 140, it should be what?
So I've actually I spent a lot of time on this issue. I've conducted a study looking at OECD countries, right? If you look at, for example, places like Canada, the income earned by the average citizen relative to the income earned by a politician.
Yes.
The State House, the Senate, on average is 2, right? So, the average citizen makes 50,000, the politician is making 100,000.
Okay.
Not crazy, right? I live in Texas. The governor there is making about 150,000. The average citizen is making about 80,000 in Texas, right?
Okay. And this is annually?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It is only in Africa, particularly a place like Kenya, where people see government as a place to go make a killing, right? It just doesn't make any sense. The average senator in this country is making about 1.6 million, so 1.4 million every year. So every month, right?
Yeah.
And that includes about 780,000 in travel budget.
Okay.
We are giving a senator 18,000 a day for what we call substance, food and drinks. 18,000. And the average citizen is making 20,000 a month. Okay?
So the senator is eating more than a Kenyan is making at the end of the month.
Yeah, we are giving them a budget of 18,000 for food and drinks a day, 18,000, and the average citizen is getting by 20,000 a month, right? I mean, that's the data.
What are they eating? Even if they're eating caviar every day, it wouldn't cost that much.
Exactly. So we are just not serious people when it comes to the purpose of government. The purpose of government is to serve people, guys. You can't run a budget where we are spending 4.3 trillion and then you go through the year and you find out that 70% of the money went to 3% of the population, which is exactly what's happening. I was telling you about the national level, right? So last year we made 2.5 trillion as a country. 50% of that money ended up with 1 million people at the national level. So the national level that employs over 1 million people took 50%, right? We made 2.5. We spent about 1.2 million. 1.2 trillion on salaries. I'm talking about just salaries.
Yeah.
So you lose 50%. You have not, spent 1 shilling on debt service, which was 1.6 trillion. You have not sent a shilling to the county government. When we sent about 400 billion to the county government last year, in 2024-2025,
right,
47% of the money went to salaries. The average county in this country employs about 1% of its county population, whichever one you want to pick, right? Some, you might find one that has 1.2, but most counties employ about 1%. Nairobi employs about 0.3% of the population. Okay. Governor Sakaja spent 55% of the budget, which was about 36 billion last year,
on salaries.
Yes. So this is why this is so upsetting, because we have a law, right, the Personal Finance Management Law of 2015, that says that county governments are not supposed to spend more than 35% of the money on salaries. And the idea is so simple. Again, the point of government is to serve people. So when you go there and you spend 60% of the money on yourself, on 0.3% of the population, it just means that money that was supposed to go and build infrastructure, that's supposed to go and make sure that people have water, make sure that when you walk into a hospital there's equipment, there's a doctor there waiting for you, it's not there. I mean, these things, in government you have to choose. Are you going to buy champagne for everybody, for yourself, or water for everybody?
Now, you mentioned that all the counties don't average above 5% in terms of on-source revenue.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So what is the problem in that? Is it that the county doesn't know how to exploit its own resources, or the people that we have tasked in the name of now governors do not know how to exploit those particular resources?
So the answer to that question, in my view, is there's a lot of reasons for that. The first one I would say is that if you go in and you set up a county government in a place like Lamu, there's no economic activity, frankly. It just doesn't exist. So,
but there's tourism.
Well, I mean,
there's fishing.
But
there's fishing,
there's agriculture.
So, if you want Lamu to be able to support itself, to have to spend 5 billion, you need to show me where that 5 billion is going to come from.
Okay.
Right? So you go in and you say, the idea of this idea of devolution is supposed to, eventually, we want these countries to be able to raise their own money because we want accountability. Exactly. When you look at a place like the U.S., the county that gets, or the state that gets most help from the federal government is the state of Montana, and it gets about 30%. So it raises 70% on its own. In Kenya, the county that gets the least from the federal government is Nairobi, and it gets about 30%. Okay, sorry, it gets about 70%. It raises 30%. So it's the inverse, right? And again, the average county is raising only 5.9%. When you look at some of these counties, they're raising 100 million a year or 60 million. But when you look at their budget for travel, it's 10 times that number, right? So we just have a bunch of people that are not serious when it comes to governing. And it seems to me that we've forgotten the entire point of government, like I said before, because I'm a guy from the private sector. I always think, I have to be responsible for every decision that I make when it comes to how to deploy resources. If I give you a job, you're running my supermarket, and I give you the power to make decisions about how to deploy money. And I come in and you tell me that we raised 1 billion for the year in revenue, but you show me an expense of 6 billion in travel. What kind of discussion are we going to have?
I'm fired.
Right? Exactly. So why is it that in government we have different expectations? Right? 43 out of our 47 counties last year in 2024, 2025 spent more money on travel than they spent on bursaries. 43 out of 47 counties spent more money on travel than they spent on bursaries / education.
Where were they going?
I'll give you a couple of ideas here. Good question.
Where are they going and to do what?
It is embarrassing when you look at where our politicians are going. I don't know why this is giving me a little bit of, I think it's kind of frozen. We have, for example, Nairobi is just an example in just, and I'm trying to be, I don't want to be derogatory here. You have, when you drive through Nairobi, you see garbage all over the place. It's embarrassing, frankly. And it's not like we don't have the funds to take care of the city. You spend 1.2 billion traversing the globe. We are sending a plane of 19 people to Marrakesh, Morocco, to study proactive management at the cost of 37 million. Okay? People come back. We sent another team of 14 people to Canada for about 2 weeks. What are they studying? Personal branding. Okay, they come back, we put another trip, we send them to Dubai. What are they studying? Conflict resolution. They come back, we send another team of 9 people to Italy. What are they studying? Strategic stewardship. I mean, it's just unbelievably reckless behavior. So you lose 1.2 billion and you go around Nairobi and you see garbage all over the place. It's just examples of reckless behavior, incompetence.
All those trips you were talking about, those ones were specifically for Nairobi County.
Yes.
Italy, Dubai, Marrakesh.
Absolutely. The data is right here.
Yeah.
This data is embarrassing. If you hear the people that are making those decisions here, they wouldn't want to see this because it's embarrassing. I was looking at the county of Kisumu this morning. Kisumu County is spending tons of money, hundreds of millions, frankly, on travel. When you go down and you look at where these people are going, I saw probably 4 or 5 times incidences where a person from the county governor's office, the executive branch in Kisumu, charged $500,000 for 9 days. And when you look at the itinerary, the purpose of the trip, it says he was meeting people at the park. I mean, we are sending...
Sorry.
Meeting people at the park.
Which park?
Public park in London.
How much again?
$500,000.
$500,000. And it's not one...
Meeting people.
Yes.
In the park. In London.
Yeah.
Not even in his own county of
which
Kisumu.
People? Which people?
I'm trying to unlock my computer here, but...
I think the Luos in London.
Yeah. We have at least 4 or 3 trips that I saw this morning of people from the county of Kisumu going to a public park for about a week. Okay?
And each is making $500,000.
And each is charging you $500,000. I'm seeing people send look at the Machakos, another example of just incompetence and just reckless behavior, sending a trip to, I think it was, they sent a team to Brazil for a livestock conference. They sent people to Dubai for an Arab conference. And I was like, I didn't even know we have Arabs in Machakos, right? This behavior is just so reckless. When you look at the actual, forget about the trip, right?
Wait, they sent Arabs from Machakos?
They sent a team of people from Machakos County to Dubai to attend an Arab healthcare conference, okay? I saw a trip from, I think it was Kakamega County, where they sent, I think it was 4 or 5 people to Rwanda to our early childhood seminar, okay?
Yeah.
These trips, I'm telling you, they're 100% wasteful. There's no value for citizens when you look at what these trips are for. There's no value. Again, I go back to, even from the private sector, and you behave like this. What are the chances you're going to keep your job? But when you behave like that,
you'll be fired the moment you make that proposal.
Because
you won't even leave the country. You will be fired the moment you propose. You want to go to Dubai. You're fired
because it says a lot about your, understanding of how you use capital,
resources,
right?
How you use public resources.
Exactly, because in government you often have more needs than resources, right?
Yes.
We are a country that cannot afford to do this. I am a guy from the private sector. I work in a consulting firm. I'm responsible for the decisions that I make. If I'm leading an engagement, I need to be able to account for margins. I need to be able to say, this is why we earn 60% versus 65%, right? So if I'm sending someone, if I get on a plane to go see a client, I better make sure that there is no other way to do it, right? It's the same expectation we should have. In fact, it should be much more expected in government, because when you misbehave in government, the price to pay is high, it's long-lasting, and it affects the most vulnerable people. When you have a governor spending 1.2 billion in a year on travel, and the city is full of garbage, the people that are paying the price are the people that need to have clean streets, right? People that need to have, garbage collected, right? But I feel like in this country we have a culture of entitlement, a culture of, it's my time to eat, and it's just sad. It's just sad. I use Nairobi County as an example because the challenges are just so in your face, right? And the failures are so much in your face. It's so frustrating. This county, the year before last, right, they had a budget of 33 billion. They spent 55% of that budget on salaries. Again, 0.3% of the population. There is a law that says that you cannot spend more than 35%. It's a law. And again, the idea of that law is to make sure that money, when it gets sent to the county governments, it gets to people. It fixes roads. It builds hospitals. It buys equipment. When a kid goes to school, there's a desk. That's why we have government. But when you come in and you spend 55% of that money on salaries alone, before we factor in any benefit, you've lost a huge chunk of the money that's supposed to serve people. Then you top that, or use 1.2 billion on travel.
All right.
The county of Nairobi spent 20% of the budget in 2023-2024 on 4 lawyers. The entire budget.
How much?
So the county of Nairobi in 2023-2024 spent 6.3 billion on 4 lawyers. Okay?
On what?
4 lawyers.
Okay, so
6.3 billion on 4 individuals.
So the budget was 33 billion in 2023-2024. They spent 6.3 billion, equivalent to 20% of that budget, on 4 lawyers. When you look at the auditor's report, the auditor says that this amount was 100% wasteful because the county was getting sued for corruption, illegality. In other words, it could have been avoided if we had better people making decisions. But we've spent 20% of the county's budget on 4 people. There are not enough miracles to overcome that kind of stupidity, right?
We've had very good stories about Murang'a County.
Yes.
Could you be having any data on that county and what they've done or what they've not done?
And so I have, as you know, I spend a lot of time looking at all these counties. I have not seen a country that impresses me. I would say that there are countries that are less corrupt, less wasteful. Murang'a happens to be one of them. So it's better than your average county, but I wouldn't say that's the matter, right? I wouldn't say that's the matter. Where you find, when people are thinking about that, they tend to look at corruption. Right? They tend to see, if you don't see the governor in case of corruption all the time, maybe he's doing better.
Yeah.
But oftentimes, when I look at this data, and I try to go and be objective, when I look at the actual data, oftentimes the perception and the reality is very different. I was talking to somebody this morning about Makueni County, where and we were talking about how much these counties are spending on travel, right? So Makueni, for example, last year was the most disciplined when it comes to spending travel money. So they spent about 46 million in travel, and Nairobi was the worst. So Nairobi 2024-2025 spent 63 million on travel, which was an improvement from 1.2 billion the year before that.
Okay.
But if Makueni is spending 46 million, Nairobi is spending 463 million, clearly the fact that you have that kind of disparity tells you that these are elections. In other words, I'm electing to send someone to Dubai for nonsense, right? Someone decides I'm not going to do that. If one county can spend 46 million, then all of them can, right? They can. But so you're impressed by that and you say, okay, so that's a good starting point. But then when you look at other things, you find out that even in Makueni County, 49% of the budget went to 1% of those in government, right? So when you lose 50% of the money that's supposed to be serving people, it is very difficult to make up for that, right? So this issue, and I spent a lot of time talking about this issue of how much countries are spending on campaigns, not because I don't want people to earn a living. Government's purpose is to serve people. If you want to make a lot of money, go to the private sector, right? You cannot go to government and spend 50%, 60% of the people's money on 1% of the population, and then we expect to serve people. It's just never going to happen. Last year there was 19 counties that spent more than 50% of the budget on salaries. Again, the law says that the maximum is 35%. 19 counties last year in 2024-2025 spent more than 50%. I was giving you an example of Machakos. 13 billion is what they have to spend. The first order of business is to spend 60% of the money on salaries. We are talking about a country with a population of 1.5 million people. They employ about 8,000 people, so that's 0.6% of the population. But they spend 60% of the budget on this 0.6% of the population. You've lost a lot of money, right? The trip that I was talking about, where they spend 631 million, it's in the other 40%. So think about that. You started by losing 40% to 0.6% of the population. Then the county governor spent 631 million to send people to a conference in Brazil, to send people to an Arab conference in Dubai from a county that doesn't have Arabs. And that's in the 40%. What's even more offensive, when you go down and you look at some of these reports, and I spent a lot of time this weekend on Machakos, you find out that the county has about 1.1 billion in stalled projects. Okay, so the same report that says that they spent 60% of the budget on themselves, that they spent 631 million on travel, the same page, like a page after, there is 1.1 billion worth of stalled projects. And you go down and you look at these stalled projects, and the reason for that is we don't have money. The actual reasons at the end, many of them, we don't have money, right?
Okay.
No funding. So you spend 60% of the budget on yourself when the law says you should have spent a maximum of 35%. Then you spend 631 million travel in the globe, and then you come back and say we have stalled projects worth 1.1 billion. We can't complete them because we don't have money. It's the height of incompetence, frankly. And so when you think about this, is not just it's not just the fact that we are stalled projects mean that someone who needed to be able to go to work tomorrow, they can't go because that project has stalled. This country is spending 15% or more on debt service each year. I was talking about the fact that this year our debt service is going to be about 1.9 trillion. It's going to be more than 80% of what we make. And we have counties that are sitting on 1.1 billion in projects that Kenyans can go to tomorrow and work and be able to feed their families. And these county governments are saying that they don't have money, but they're spending 600 million, 700 million on travel. It's just, so, by the way, this is not special. There's nothing about it that's unique to Machakos. It's across the board. It's across the board.
You mentioned Montana earlier on, and you said Montana, for example, does about 70%, then the government bills them with 30%. Right? When we compare them to counties in Kenya, is there something that you can say here in this country of ours? Are there counties that have the capacity to actually even do their own source revenue and finance themselves 100%?
So So that's good. And I've spent a lot of time on that. I would say that the counties that can do that are not more than 12. So when you look at, again, you've used data from last year, 2024, 2025, 24 counties cannot raise more than 3% of their budget. 24 out of 47. 3%, 11 years into devolution. 14 counties cannot raise more than 2%. So in other words, these are counties that even if you give them 50 years, it'll never happen.
Why?
Where is the money coming from? Right? I mean, you want these counties to be able to, if they're going to spend $6 billion, you want them to be able to bear most of that burden. Otherwise, the system is going to collapse on its own. Right now, what's happening is you have 47 18-year-olds that are running around with a credit card. And we've told them that as long as if you go somewhere and you spend 1,000, right? If you pay 60 shillings, I will pay the rest. That's what's happening. When a county is only able to raise 5.9%, or let's say 6%, if they spend 1,000, they're gonna pay 60.
But let me ask you this question.
Yes.
We have states in the U.S.
Right.
whose own source revenue is adequate for their own consumption and development.
Right.
And it's a multiplicity of revenues of several African countries put together.
Right.
How do they do it?
This is a very good question. So I'll give you this an example of the state of Texas, which is where I live, right? So you're talking about a state that has a GDP of 2.4 trillion. It's about 21 times the size of Kenya's economy. So we're talking about a state that's so wealthy, right? 2.4 trillion.
US dollars.
US dollars. Our GDP is like 150 billion, right? In other words, if you think about the city of Dallas, which is where I live, the economy of the city of Dallas is bigger than Kenya's economy, right? So when we go there and we copy a system, we copy and paste and say we're going to come up with a federal system. We're going to have, people calling themselves His Excellency, and we're going to have governor and deputy governor. We're going to have. We don't ask ourselves, what is the cost of this, right? What is the cost of this? Texas has, again, an economy that is 21 times the size of Kenya's economy. There is a lot of money in that state. They have a lot of resources. Again, when you have that kind of an economy so big, you need people to debate economic policy. You need people to debate, taxation policy, environmental. All these things require people to make decisions, right? So if I told you that they need 181 politicians to be able to run the state, right, hold the executive accountable, it kind of makes sense for them to have politicians. So let's go to Turkana, right? And so if you go to Turkana and find out that they have 40 MCAs, tell me what they're doing in Turkana if they can only raise 80 million or 100 million a year in revenue.
Okay, let me ask the question.
Right.
Dallas didn't always have that revenue of 2.4 trillion.
Right.
What did they do to have that economy?
You focus on building the capacity to be able to do that. Right? This country is not going to make progress if we are spending almost everything we have. If everything is being consumed by 3% of the population, which is exactly what's happening, it is never going to work, right? And I hear people talking about Kenya, heading to trying to be Singapore. What we don't focus on is what did Singapore do to become Singapore? Mm-hmm. Singapore did not become Singapore by devoting 70% of the country's economy or budget on 3% of the population. Singapore became Singapore doing a few things that I think we should do in Kenya. Right, one of them is to treat every coin that you have as though it was the last one that you have. So that means that you take, you become a good steward of the people's money. You don't waste people's money. When you're spending money, make sure that there's value for that money. All these trips that I'm talking about where we are sending politicians to public parks in the UK, there's no value for that, right? If we are spending, this country sitting on about 700 billion in stall projects, we are paying interest. I started out by telling you that debt service is our largest expense. I did a study that I released about November or December of last year that found that in this country we have about 700 billion in stalled projects. These are projects that we have paid money, right? We've spent the money. They are just stalled. We are paying interest, and they are not serving any Kenyan, and we are not actually using those to create jobs, right? When you behave like that, right, you have 700 billion worth of stall project, and you're paying probably 200 billion in interest on that. That's an opportunity cost. That's money that should go to build a hospital somewhere, build a road somewhere where you can employ people. So we're doing a lot of things that are disastrous to the economy. That's not, if you want to become Singapore, we need to understand what did Singapore do to become Singapore, and then we can start, making sort of a down payment towards that. We are not doing that.
Our biggest problem is actually also corruption and the wastage that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Wastage in terms of a bloated wage bill that we cannot sustain.
Yeah.
Hey.
The wage bill eats into capital that could be used to generate value in whatever value activities we have within the county, which then would raise its GDP and would make what we are calling on-source revenue viable.
Yes.
If you consume 50% of that money from the get-go, what do you have left?
Yeah, that's the point I was making. So if you are Machakos, right, and you have 13 billion, and you actually take this money and you say, I'm going to spend it improving people's lives. You're going to build roads, you're going to build hospitals. You're going to employ people from that county. Those people are going to get salaries. They're going to send their kids to school. They're going to go to the supermarket and buy stuff. They're going to spend the weekend with their families. When you do that money circulating, right, everyone has some economic opportunity. The county develops from that, right? What we are doing here is the opposite, where the money goes there and is consumed by 3% of the population. And so we can keep doing the same thing. It's just not going to work.
See, I was looking at this is something we've done before. Texas, in terms of what we're referring to here as on-source revenue, is second only to California.
Right.
Okay? But you can look at what it is that raises that GDP.
Yeah.
You can look at the businesses that they do there.
Yeah.
Whether it's aerospace, whether it is tech, whether it is agriculture, you can actually see it. Now, Machakos has many industries within its boundaries. Now, you would have assumed that because of this, it would have impacted that economy. It ought to.
Yeah.
But it doesn't.
If you look at all the cement factories, they're there.
Oh, yes.
Sand harvesting is there.
So let me ask you a question. So I just spoke about the fact that in Machakos County there is 1.1 billion worth of store projects, and I gave you the reasons, right? The reasons where the county government has actually put reasons down, and they said we don't have money to complete these projects. And then the other most common reason was the contractor walked away. Okay, so two reasons. One is we don't have money, or the contractor walked away. So the people are supposed to be making sure that when contracts are given to anybody that they perform, they are spending much of their time abroad. Okay, it takes 3 pages to document foreign trips in the county of Machakos. 3 pages of trips. Okay, these people are supposed to be working for the people of Machakos. They are supposed to be lobbying businesses to come and invest there. They're supposed to be talking to people, finding out what is it that we need to do to make sure that you come and invest in Machakos. They are nowhere to be found because they're in Dubai, they're in Singapore, they're in Brazil. And then things that they're supposed to be doing to make sure that as an investor, I consider going to Machakos, meaning there's a road, right? Meaning that there's a hospital so that if my people that are working for me, someone gets sick, they can go to a hospital. If you're not there to do that, and when we go there, we find projects that were started, they're not complete, right? What kind of an investor is going to come and invest there? Nobody's going to do that.
The focus of the political class, whether it's the national government, the county government, their focus is consumption.
Right.
Not development.
Right.
Development, when it is spoken of, it's a PR undertaking where they're managing their population.
Right.
Because, again, if I look at the figures that you've given of the monies we've spent on devolution, most definitively, the lives of the people of the counties in Kenya should have improved significantly. We should not. I use the word improve significantly because what we keep talking about is the same situation, if not worse, than what we've had before devolution.
But
There are
that's,
yes.
Yeah, but that's why I say it's not difficult to see why, right?
No,
Again,
it is
I
not.
picked the example of Nairobi, and I tell you that in 2024, 2025, the budget was 36 billion.
Mm.
Look at where the money went, right? The county government spent 55% of it on compensation. You started with 36 billion, you've lost 55% of that money to 0.3% of the population, right? And in that number, there's a lot of ghost workers. The Auditor General found in 1 3-month period between 6,000 people and 7,700 of the people that got paid by the county government of Nairobi had the same bank account. Okay, we are talking about a county government that employs 16,000 people. The auditor goes in and says, show me the people that got paid from April, May, and June. The auditor gets the data. They go through these names and finds that in fact, the number was 6,123 and 7,777 people out of 16,000 provided the same banking account for purposes of compensation.
You know, that's why Africa is actually known for witchcraft, because how do you explain that?
Yeah, how do you explain that?
You knew Chawi, bro.
Right?
You employ 16,000 people.
Right.
Half of the, okay, not half, but
40 to 50% of that number, because, you know, again,
40 to 50% of that
have
number
one bank account.
Yeah. So are they married? Are they lovers? Or is it that someone doesn't exist, but they provided the same bank account to be paid? Right?
Even if they're thieves, they're not very clever, are they?
Yeah. So
they're not.
I was giving you that example to tell you that you can see why lives are not changing, because when you lose 55% of the money that way, what was interesting is that if you go back 2 years, in 2020 to 2023, the cost of compensation for the county of Nairobi was about 11 billion. The next year, 2023-2024, it went up to 18 billion. So how did it go from 11 billion to 18 billion? What are the possibilities? Either you increase the number of people working in the county government by 55%, or you give people raises up to 55%. None of that happened, right? None of that happened. Again, you start off with 33 billion, you lose 55% to just that tiny fraction of the population, and then you lose 20% of the budget to 4 lawyers, right? You started with 33 billion, you've lost 18 billion, you lose another 6.3 billion, you lose 1.2 billion on travel. By the time you go down, there's very little left to serve anybody.
Do you know what really bothers me is the uniformity of thought that people in high-ranking political positions have. Uniformity, because they all seem to have this mindset that it is okay to plunder the resources that are given for the people of that particular county.
Right.
They consider it okay to encourage any activity that goes against the law but makes them money. It is deemed as okay.
Yeah.
Because if it is this widespread, and there's hardly any county that you can point a finger at in this country where you'll say this one is different, because data is fascinating. One thing is fascinating. We look at counties that we consider to have done well. Then you look at the number of workers in that county. You realize 50% of whatever they're getting is going to pay workers. So even they have got it wrong.
Exactly.
Meaning, if they actually obeyed the law and employed 35%, there is a 15% that is being paid to workers that would be released to now do whatever it is that the county should do in order to improve its economic situation.
Yeah. Another thing that we need to consider here is that law that says that the maximum should be 35 is very generous. When you look at most governments that we want to emulate, right? Nobody spends 35%. We look at a place like Texas where I live. They spend about 18% of the budget on compensation, including benefits. Right?
For the government workers.
Yes. So in 2023-2024, the state government had about 175 billion to spend. They spent 18.4% total in compensation and benefits, right? On salaries. And when you go down there and you have a child that you're sending to school, you can see what the money is doing, because we spend 18.4%. The rest of the money is there to build roads, to build hospitals, to make sure when your kid goes to school. If I show you the school my son goes when it's a public school, you wouldn't believe it, and it cost me nothing for him to attend that school, zero. annually. I mean, I pay my taxes, but that's about it. Yes.
That's your contribution?
Absolutely. Zero. Because, again, the people that are running government focus on serving citizens. Right? I gave you I say to you, politicians have to make a decision. You either buy champagne for yourself or water for everybody else. And so what we're saying here is that people are choosing to buy champagne for themselves, and then they leave everyone else
to fend for themselves.
Exactly.
You know, the power of data is what is still swiveling in my head.
Yeah.
You know, and someone is agreeing with you here, CT.
Yeah.
First of all, let me just read 2 comments. Omanga Mumanyi says, the weakest link when it comes to the success of devolution in Kenya is the Senate. Why should we spend to the upwards of 30% more on salaries and nothing is being done about it?
Yeah.
Where is the SRC? Kelvin Wanyonyi says, cringing listening to the mismanagement in counties. As the citizenry, our focus on the national government blinds us to the counties conversation.
Yeah.
I think we have never understood devolution fully. You know, when you put it into perspective of, there's a difference when you're told 1.2 billion was spent on travel. We'll be like, okay, I mean, that's a lot of money, but okay. But when now we understand that is 20% of the revenue.
Yeah.
You know, now it changes the perspective, because you're like, oh my God, 20%.
On travel.
On travel alone. When you tell us that a county like Nairobi is spending, you said 55% of the revenue on 0.3% of the population.
It's a disaster.
And we know Nairobi has a population of between 4 and 5 million.
Oh, Paul, you're spending more on travel than on bursary.
So think about it this way. For Nairobi, right? I told you the county governments are supposed to spend 30% of the budget on development. That's the law, right? 30%. And the point here is to make sure that we are talking about, it rains in Nairobi, and every time it rains, it becomes a lake, right? That 30% is supposed to make sure that when it rains, we don't have flooding all over the city. But when you spend 20% of the county's budget on 4 lawyers in 1 year, when you spend 1.2 billion on travel to send a team of 19 people to Marrakesh, Morocco to study proactive management, or to send a team of 14 people to Canada,
and they still come back and don't deliver,
to study personal branding. You send a team of, I think it was 14 people to Dubai to study conflict resolution. You send a team of 9 people to Italy to study strategic stewardship. None of these things mean anything to citizens of Nairobi. But that's how the money is being spent. So when you go down and you look at Nairobi's spending on development, that year out of the 33 billion that I'm talking about, they spent 3.2 billion. So that's 10% or less than 10% of the budget. The law says they need to spend 30, they spend 10%. Now go down and look at that 3.2 billion and find out what it actually meant. The 3rd largest development project was citizen engagement. Have you ever seen a development project called citizen engagement? It's essentially the governor walking around Nairobi taking selfies, and that's what they call
citizen engagement.
Yes, it's the 3rd largest development project.
Where?
And so here's the thing. What's worse here is this. You have a county that has 124 MCAs. The county government has spent 10% of the money on development, they say, and they are supposed to spend 30. Where are those 124 MCAs? It is possible to have an executive branch that's just corrupt, that is inept, but you have 124 people that are supposed to be standing up and say, you cannot behave like this. You can't spend 20% of the county's budget on 4 lawyers when you have a county attorney office that's costing citizens close to 300 million. Why is it that you're spending all these lawsuits to private lawyers when you have a county attorney office that's costing citizens 300 million?
You actually have a department with lawyers that the county pays.
Yes, and Nairobi spends close to 300 million a year on that.
Yes, so what do they do?
Yeah.
Mwangi, we have come to the end of the show. Or rather, at the end of the hour.
This particular show.
Yeah, this particular conversation. The show still continues. But, I think you've just depressed me further.
I didn't mean to do it, but I think that Kenyans need to have these discussions. I think if we want devolution to succeed, we have to question government, and we have to hold citizens, leaders accountable. More importantly, we need to hold ourselves accountable, because these people, we elect these people into office. Nobody wakes up like they do in Somalia and buys a bunch of weapons and gets into office. We put them into office. So we need to look in us and say, why is it that every time we pick leaders, they are thieves? Every single time. looking at us and ask ourselves why we're doing that.
I think that should be like our motto every morning. Ask ourselves,
Yeah.
why is it every single time we elect people,
Yeah,
they end up being thieves?
exactly.
Thank you so much, Bwana Mwangi.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Karibu tena sana.
Asante.
Sawa.
Thank you, guys.
Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police in Kiminini, Trans Nzoia County have arrested a 56-year-old man suspected of child trafficking and rescued a 10-year-old boy. Officers acted on a tip-off from the public after the man was seen with a child in Nyamira village. The suspect, identified as Gilbert Nyabuto, claimed he was a deputy commissioner with the National Intelligence Service and showed an ID, but a search of his bag revealed suspicious documents, including academic papers belonging to different people and fake Kenya Defence Forces calling letters. UDA Secretary General Hassan Omar has strongly criticized some political leaders for turning the ongoing fuel scandal into a political issue, describing their remarks as superficial and irresponsible. Speaking at a press briefing in Mombasa, he warned that such statements could undermine economic stability and public confidence, stressing that national energy security should not be used for political gain. He also singled out Rigathi Gachagua, accusing him of working with dishonest public officials to unlawfully benefit from the controversy.
It is therefore worth noting that while Wamunyora is well within his democratic right to engage in political contestation, he must exercise prudence and avoid inflammatory, ill-informed, and infantile pronouncements meant to inflame emotions and score cheap tribal and parochial political points. In conclusion, we wish to provide clarity on the following critical issues. We offer firm assurances to Kenyans that they will not be penalized at the pump for this ill-conceived fuel importation misadventure. In the forthcoming fuel price review, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority will sustain the government-to-government G2G pricing framework, which has demonstrably remained stable and reasonable and continues to offer the most reliable safeguard for fuel quality, supply stability, and national energy security. We confirm that adequate safeguards have been instituted to mitigate risk posed by the substandard cargo. The government will disclose the mandatory quality test conducted at discharge and release the corresponding results to the public.
Nairobi woman representative Esther Passaris is questioning how 500 million Kenya shillings in cash, believed to be evidence in the 4 billion Kenya shillings substandard fuel scandal, went missing. She says the situation is suspicious and doesn't reflect how legitimate money is handled. Passaris is now calling on the Directorate of Criminal Investigations to explain where the money went, stressing that any cash as evidence must be properly recorded and presented in court.
Why would you put 500 million in your house? For what? And who gave you 500 million? Because if you're doing a transaction with anyone, when it's a legitimate transaction, the money will hit your bank. It will not come to your house. So for me, the fact that it was in the house already is suspect. So already, for me, it's red flags. It's already disappeared. Now, the fact that it's disappeared, I think the DCI needs to explain how, because if it was an exhibit, they have to produce it in court.
The Democratic Republic of Congo has agreed to receive migrants deported from the United States, even if they are not Congolese. Officials say the deal has started this month with a temporary system in place to receive them and facilities prepared in the capital, Kinshasa. The U.S. will provide logistical and technical support, and the Congolese government says it will not bear any costs. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. Someone is saying that they are very depressed. That is Caroline Ombik saying that this is very depressing. Of course, referring to the conversation we had in the previous hour. And then we also do have Nduta amesema Kibaki saw it. He knew Kenya was not ready for devolution. It is heartbreaking. Imagine, it is very heartbreaking. But City is saying that it's not like we were not ready for devolution. It just exposed who exactly we were.
We like to tell ourselves that we're a certain type of people. Then we compare ourselves with some of these banana republics that we share a continent with. And we think we're doing much better.
Yeah.
So when someone actually presents a picture of who you are and what you are, what's and everything, it is depressing.
Yeah.
Because you're saying, you mean this is what we are. You're told there are these counties that have done very well.
Yeah.
And he explains and says they've done better than the others.
Right.
But when 50% of what they get as the equitable share goes on paying salaries, it means
it's a problem.
Oh, it's a huge problem. And it is 1% or a fraction of 1% of the population getting that money. You're in shida, bro.
2.0 is saying, those saying that Kenya was not ready for devolution may not have been living in Kenya prior to devolution. True. There are some people like Orengo who aren't working for devolution. Devolution changed Kenya. Let me just introduce our guest because hey, anyway, so in this hour we want to talk about politics. I don't know to say versus women, politics and women in leadership. I'll put it that way. But producer alisema ikweni politics versus women. We have Secretary General of the People's Liberation Party, Asha Bashir. Asha, good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation.
Good morning.
Nice to have you again.
Thank you.
Umesikia vinyoro nasema juu ya devolution. What do you think about devolution? Has it delivered for Kenya?
For me, I think devolution was the best thing that ought to have happened to a country, so that at least there is something to show the counties. However, the implementation bit ndio imekuwa mchezo, because you find most people use it as a way to enrich themselves.
Right.
It is sad at this stage as a country we are still grappling with poverty in some of the counties, drought. Those are not things we should hear. If devolution is put to good use, as per the 2010 constitution, then we will deliver as a country. But as long as we're in that teething stage, kila kitu in the mouth, then we have a problem.
Our previous guest was just giving us some statistics, and he mentioned, for example, that there are counties, and he actually mentioned Nairobi to be specific. For example, he said, in the last, I think it was the last financial year, we have had benchmarking in Marrakesh. He said we went to Brazil. At one point, he said that we went to, I think he mentioned Dubai.
We went to Canada.
We went also to Canada.
We went to Brazil.
Easy places zote we went to. And if you look at the amount of money, the amount of money that we have used, and also he mentioned this thing that the governor was going around talking to people.
It's called citizen engagement.
Citizen engagement to a tune of
it is the third largest
billion.
Expenditure in the budget of Nairobi County.
To a tune of 3.2 billion. And you ask yourself, do we really need devolution in the way
what
it is?
Are we benchmarking? You know, if I mean, would you benchmark and waste money, and we still have problems with medication, we still have problems with sanitation, we are still flooding, tunabebwa na maji. For me, I think, like I said, the concept was good.
Yeah.
The framers of 2010 constitution envisioned that now people can, develop the counties so that it is robust and we can do better. But like I said, where we are as a country, and I hope the listeners today, my conversation this morning and my message to them this morning is that mwanze kuweka watu kwa ratili. You cannot have a governor who does not even understand. You cannot do all those benchmarking city in less than 3 years. So in short, kazi yenu ni kutangatanga. There's no better language. Your work is just to go on a tour with taxpayers' money. Then when people die of floods, you have zero. I mean, just unblocking the drainage is a problem in this county.
Yeah.
So how then do you explain all that benchmarking? And who is benefiting from the benchmarking? Now, even that one benchmarking, what did they do about it?
Yeah.
What did they learn? Manake, I can't see anything they learned.
All right. So, women and leadership. It's a good thing we're having this conversation, because lately there has been a conversation around do we really need seats such as woman rep kwa mfano, because people are saying they do not understand the role that those particular affirmative positions are actually playing. Now, from your perspective, do you think the women that we have elected, whether it's the woman rep, governors, senators, do you think they have done enough to convince the citizenry as to their importance in leadership positions?
Thank you for that question. Women are the majority, and they're the shapers of any structure, even from a family level. The 2010 Constitution saw it fit that all parties are included. And when I say all parties, it's the special interest groups, which include the women, the youth, the marginalized, minority, persons with disability. So for me, the issue of women, it is two-faced. The fact that some of the women, unfortunately, at the helm of the leadership, do not portray the image that is conducive. And it's not only in Kenya. When you look at Uganda, Museveni decided that I will show that I actually respect women. Na ikakuwa bora wanawake. It was not about the quality. It was just, you want ministers, how many? Women? 5, I'll give you. Despite that person not even understanding the docket.
The cabinet is women.
Yes, but then Ugandans went on the street and the civil society groups asked, is it the quality versus quantity issue? The issue of the seat for the women rep, unfortunately, for me, I support, because ideally what the framers of 2010 wanted to do was create an enabling environment so that women can also go for elective seats. Due to patriarchy, financial constraints, societal norms, and other barriers that have inhibited. However, I would want to talk about the women rep seat.
Yeah.
The women rep seat, the money allocation they get in CDF and GAF is 10% compared to a person who's a member of parliament. But the area they cover is huge.
An entire county.
An entire county. So if you're given, let's say, 7 to 10 million, and your counterpart is given 100 million, and you're expected to run the county. Number one. Number two, for me, the woman rep seat should be used, and the nomination seats should be used as an empowerment, or what, quote unquote, I call mentorship. And in terms of a probation area, where you come, learn the expertise. It's less, for us lawyers, we call it pupillage. You go under a firm and learn the art for 6 months. Then you can join the market force. For me, the women rep, my honest opinion is, if you vied as a woman representative once, you've learned. Exit, allow another woman, and so go for an elective seat. That way, so society will keep on having, of course, the patriarchy, especially in some areas, but it will help have variety, and it will also help us as women achieve the 2/3 gender.
Let me take you back to NGCDF versus NGAF.
Yeah.
So if I look at how NGCDF, it's given to the member of parliament in a constituency. So he's dealing with a constituency.
Yes.
I was thinking that NGAF is just coming to fill in the gaps where, in terms of affirmative action, NGCDF and maybe other kinds of funds were unable to come in. And perhaps that explains why it is not as much as perhaps what the member of parliament in a constituency, was allocated. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, you're spot on. However, the difference is the expectation in public, because it's a woman. The expectation is, si hata we umepewa pesa mingi, why are you not doing this? Why are you not doing this? Without people also understanding that, yes, the funds I was given is less. First start with your member of parliament. Mine is just what you called it, a top-up, and more centered on issues, gender-based violent centers and such things that maybe the Member of Parliament did not do. But to the public, if you listen to most of the conversation, even when I was coming here, most of the people who are sending messages were like, those seats are useless, those mamas just eat the money, CDF, and there's nothing we can see. So it is important to bring that to the attention. And also to support, like I said, our sitting woman rep today, it is just with all honesty, just like a person, if today you nominated me CT to Parliament, I should serve one term and go for an elective seat to allow another person also get that opportunity. Because what happened, the 2010 constitution was very clear on county assemblies, on how the methodology that should be used. I've seen this morning, Senator Aaron Cheriot is bringing a bill on the same, on how now the top-ups should be done at the National Assembly and Senate. We will look at it. It's a good move. However, in the previous times, what we've been facing is what we lack, we call the political goodwill. So people all of a sudden decide they will not come to Parliament when it is a voting time. We are all sick or we have other engagements. So for me, I think it is now the public getting that clear, because the woman rep seat has been looked at as a place where women just come, eat the money and go. So they're asking, what other job are you doing there?
So that, like you said, you've been receiving messages in regards to the conversation. Then that should tell you that watu hawafeel impact ya woman rep. Yeah, and it's not like those women have not done anything. It's just that their impact is not being felt. So how then do we recognize what they have done? Number one, is it that we do an audit and you say in the last X number of years, by the time it is next year, it will be 15 years of devolution, what have these particular positions achieved? In Nairobi, this happened. In Kisumu, this happened, and so on and so forth. Or do we actually do an audit and then realize, imagine there's nothing that has been done here. Should we put that money into the governor's kitty and then we just absorb that position, not a position, but absorb the responsibilities of that position into the governor's office, and we just say that these 47 women, tuweke tu kando, you need to save 47 salaries?
So for me, how I look at it, it's a very good thing, and I pray that that applies to all members of Parliament. Like I said today, tuweke watu kwa ratili, so that it's not only women representative who are put on the weighing scale. The audit is important not only for the women representative seat, but across. Of course, a woman leader carries more burden from society. There is that expectation, I'll give an example. One time I said, if there is a mega corruption scandal and there is a man involved, people are used to it. Yeah. You try as a woman.
It is amplified.
It is over-amplified. So when you look at it, it's just more from where we come from as an African society. But for me, the audit should happen in all the seats, regardless. Like I said, for me, it's not about... the most important thing is respecting the 2010 constitution and giving equal opportunities, because the same proponents who are talking about it being removed, we should also talk about now, are they willing also to allow women go for elective seats?
What is stopping women from vying in the same positions as men?
There are many. One is the issue of patriarchy. For example, I know of a woman who, when she wanted to vie here in Nairobi, the husband told her and the family, the relatives, unajua, here she was vying at home. Yeah. So she was told, where toka Busia. So you go where you come from to ask for that seat. And when she went to the other side, she was told, you go back where. So one, it's just more of patriarchy. Two, you find even in Uganda, there's a case study of a woman who eventually got what's equivalent to a governor, but the husband was in media platforms decampaigning against her. Because still there are people who feel a woman, her place is not at the leadership table.
It's in the home.
It is. So patriarchy plays a key role. Two is financial. You cannot compare, for example, an MP who comes to dish out 1,000 shillings and you giving your 50 shillings. Because unfortunately, we must also have that conversation. Towards 2027, I think as citizens, we must agree whether to choose to go the politics of handouts or to look at
tokenism there.
And to look at more of what the person has done. So that plays second. Third is more of violence. 2022, towards the end of the election, FIDA had the Voter Dada campaign. And one of the women talked about how she vied. She was a sitting MCA then in Kibra, but her daughters were sexually assaulted simply because she was vying. So there is also violence. Look at Mheshimiwa Millie Odhiambo. She talks about the violence meted on her. So it takes a strong force for you to be a woman, to be in politics. But the Constitution gives a platform. And that platform should be used. It should be implemented. However, just like we are facing the same problem in other positions, is the same as women. My take is, the issue is not about whether a woman is delivering or not. It is the quality of people you put, whether man or woman. You might find a woman delivering, or you might find the same seat, CT and I sit, and CT delivers more than me. So it is more of competence.
Yeah.
But let us just look at it this way in a nutshell. I had the love of my father. The way my father loved me, I'm expecting other sons there will love their daughters to allow them also to venture. And when they are turned to be wives, you don't look at it differently. You want to protect your daughter, but akikuwa mke wa mtu, you start saying, no, the rules change. So it is more of a societal issue. Yeah.
You know, the understanding of affirmative action is part of this debate that we're having.
Yeah.
The general public in the country didn't fully understand it. And why I say it is because the women's reposition was actually affirmative. A country like Rwanda, when we talk about the numbers of women, they have seats that
60%.
It's not that you're going to debate.
It's actually the best.
Yes.
Even compared to US and other developed, because they have 60% representation of women.
Yes. Lower, upper. And then there are seats that are reserved for women, just like we have women. It's reserved. Okay? That is introducing the general public to the participation of women in a field that was previously known to be a province that only men work in. Okay? And we have seen women in communities that had never even considered the idea of having a woman in any political situation. We have seen them understanding it more. Now, so the affirmative action cannot be said to not have worked. It has worked. It can be improved on. But, you see, every time we have this conversation, the conversation of patriarchy always comes in. If you look carefully at what we call patriarchy in Kenya, it is probably the biggest cartel that we have, if you're talking cartels. Because it is not that they're against women. No. For many of them, it is the traditional and cultural norms that are the excuse that they use to position themselves in what they consider advantageous to themselves. So it's a boys' club. Now, when it comes to the functions that women leaders, even those who've been elected, what they've been able to do, many women who are elected tend to get re-elected. And part of the reason is because something very simple. Whatever it is that they do, the community acknowledges it, and it is easy for them to be re-elected. Some opt out. Partly because if you look at the campaigning process in this country, women have a very bad go of it. The treatment that the public gives women, the harassment, the narratives, it's demeaning, it is harsh. So it takes someone to be very thick-skinned to be able to even pursue that. You're told things that men are not told.
You see, for example, in the case that you mentioned of this MCA in Kibra, who had her daughters sexually assaulted, I don't think that is the people of Kibra who did that, or rather the people of her ward that did that. It's a political enemy who just decided, I will intimidate her to, stepping down.
True. Actually, in fact, it's worse. 2022, I saw posters. You wake up, you look for your little money, you put posters. In the morning, you wake up, all your posters are out. In fact, look at the number of women who made it even to the ballot. You're talking about the period between the time you've said, I am vying, member of parliament, let's say Langata, to the point you are at the ballot. In between there, what you go through is a whole different. For example, you will be asked if you're vying, nobody will ask you, who is your husband or your wife? Who is your wife? Where are your children? Nobody will ask you. For a woman, that will be the first question. Okay? You'll be asked, where are you getting the money from?
Yeah.
If I take a photo with CT, it will be misinterpreted. CT is the sponsor.
Yeah.
You get? So this like CT put it, it's more of patriarchal, but also, I also feel, he called it the boys' club, but I also feel somehow at some point, we did what we call the empowerment of the girl child. and forgot also to talk to the boys and make them understand that sometimes these opportunities are equal for all. I'll give you an example where...
Not sometimes, all the time.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But even for affirmative, when I say sometimes, there are seats affirmative. You can't wake up as a man and say, I want to be the woman rep Nairobi. So save for where there are issues. But so for some time now, the concentration was more of the girl child. And we achieved at least a milestone on that. If you look, I was telling a colleague last week that if you walk in most of the offices, half of the population are actually women. We're talking about now people working in offices. But then we forgot also to talk to our boys and tell them that it's normal. You know, your wife can be a member of parliament, but you're still the head of the home. So this man cannot even internalize at you bibi anaitwa outside there mheshimiwa, and then he thinks even at home you're a mheshimiwa. So by virtue of that, even before giving that woman a chance, he'll be the first person not to support. And so you'll find the situation like in Uganda, the husband now goes to media and calls CT and says, I want to be in the morning. And then starts saying, Musi jaribu kupatia mwanamke.
Do you know what you deal with in this and the instances that you describe very, very, very well? It's privilege. African culture privileges men.
Yes.
It's that privilege they do not wish to lose. So the boy child, forget what you tell them, they observe. In a family where there are boys and girls, and the mother, I'm being specific here, ensures that both the boys and girls are treated the same. Everybody washes, clean, everybody does it. Those boys become men who are very respectful towards women because of how they were brought up. Women play a very, very important role in enhancing this culture where the boy child thinks they're exceptional. Daddy, unajua wewe kwenda jikoni. Daddy, iyo mwachia dada yako. Now, you are entrenching a certain thought in this young fellow, and you're making a monster out of this fellow. Because they're going to grow up believing that somebody should be at their beck and call, making sure that everything that they want is done for them. That's how they've been brought up. So again, when you talk of affirmative action, some of the greatest proponents or people who work against that are women. Forget the men. It tells you the power of that narrative. Do you know in this country, this one, Kenya?
Yes.
Even if you're a woman and you're working, to get a bank loan, you need your husband to approve. Which is
wapi hapa Kenya?
Yes.
Wait, you're saying that it is...
Even when I started working.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And you're a lady. Unataka loan. Unaambia ulete bwana yako.
Are you saying it... Sorry. Are you saying it is currently happening like...
No.
There's a time.
It changed.
Oh.
What you see women enjoying in terms of the rights that are inherently theirs as citizens of this country didn't always exist. Women, in many ways, were treated as second-class citizens. The husband was given more authority than any human being can actually handle or manage. Now, the problem with that, the moment the concept of privilege becomes certain stage in your mind, this is my thesis, you will not want to let go of it. And if you know women who understand and are progressive, those will be sworn enemies.
Yeah.
I saw it, and that is the reason why in the generation before mine and mine, somebody goes and gets a very good education, even manage to go to university, but they're never going to marry a contemporary. No.
Because haezi taka mtu mwenye.
Somebody you've been in class with, they know you well. They even know that, as some fellows who we've interviewed tell us, you're not the sharpest tool
in the shed.
Yes, they probably even were better than you in class.
Academic
you are not going to have that in your house. So you go back to the village. Okay? Now, these things take time. And affirmative action forces people to understand things that ordinarily, if left on their own, they would not wish to understand. The perspective that women bring into any discussion is something that is a massive loss if it isn't there. Now, they are not as noisy, they are not violent, the way some are. They are not as violent as men are, but some meet the men toe to toe, head to head when it comes to that. But the point I'm trying to make is this. The respect that we speak of has to do not with the respect for women, but respect for self. Because when you think you are better than another person, then comes the question of, what is it about you that makes you better? Because privilege does that for you. It makes you think you're better. What is that makes you better?
You know, there's a time we were having a conversation here with Dr. Ekuru of Third Way Alliance, and he was telling us about his Punguza Mzigo thing. And he said that, we can reduce the number of counties that we have and then probably make them about maybe 9, 10, they're about 12 maximum, and then have a governor. But then in terms of MPs, he said we can have 100 MPs, if I'm not wrong. So we can have 100 constituencies. Then in each constituency, we just have a man as an MP and a woman as an MP. And I was thinking that's actually a great idea. We'll still achieve our whole 50% things, 2/3, whatever it is. And then we'll still reduce the wage bill. And then to make matters better, we can actually perhaps even function better than we have been functioning, or rather as we are functioning right now. So some of the things, I think, ideas we can actually implement.
Made so much sense. If you actually read it, it made a heck of a lot of sense. But remember, don't lose focus on privilege.
Yes.
People do not wish to lose privilege.
Now that's the thing that we need to be willing.
They do not want that.
We need to be willing to accept for it to happen if we are to move forward.
Actually, no. There are things that this is an HR law. You can look it up if you want. That with some people, it is sometimes necessary for you not just to talk to them and inculcate them into an idea. You need to this is me paraphrase, you need to beat sense into them. If you don't, if you do not have that affirmative action, there are people who will never, ever change. They will not. They'll simply refuse.
And just that proposal was good.
Yeah, Punguza Mzigo, you mean?
But yes, but there's one issue. What City is basically saying, let me put it in another way. Even when you place that, what you've had, like in the 2020 constitution, I think that's a good point to pick up from. Everything else was implemented except 2/3. Because like he said, there's the issue, as we call it, we want to use good English and say goodwill. But it's patriarchy at its highest bid. So men feel they don't want to lose control. So they feel we need to hold that position. And I think they also think by virtue of allowing your spouse or your sibling to get out and get that seat, it means automatically you've given your birthright as the first son, if it is a woman who's not married, and if it is the husband, sasa umekaliwa, So for me, whichever proposal or whatever initiative comes into place, the issue is not about initiative in this context of the women. It is about us as a society. And how then best do we able to communicate clearly that my mother used to say, when you're out there, you're on your own as a leader. But if you come to the house, of course, the husband is the head of the home. Then how do we now bring out? Because I think that is the most challenging bit for women, especially those who are married. They feel, the husband says, this issue of you being called Mheshimiwa, power is associated more with men. They feel, I am the man of the home. Then all of a sudden now it's the woman. Out there, she's the one getting. So as a society, we still have a long way to go. So the issue is not about the initiative. The issue is about, just like 2010, they never implemented that one part. All the other parts are implemented. Then that shows you we have a way to go, but we are far from where we came from. But still we have potential. Rwanda did what we did, and they're okay. 60% of women. Yeah.
Then how then do we number one ensure, first of all, how do women just hold each other to account? Such that, because like you said in the beginning, that when a woman is elected or is nominated and they're given a position, the pressure is much more on them than it would be on a man, because we are used to men making mistakes and we just tunasema siti amefanya, we move on. But when it is Aisha, hey, natulijua wanawake, sasa unaona, do you actually hold each other to account?
Yes, we do, but let me take you back as I answer that. It's just like a family context. If a child does well, the father says, mtoto wangu. When she makes or he makes a mistake, wewe enda kwa mama yako, tabia kama yake. So it's still the same, even in public. The woman carries a higher weight, but equally as women, we need to learn how to also remember that because of where we've come from as a society, if I'm given a position, I'm given in trust. It will be measured against all other women 50 or 40 million or 10 million or even 100 women who are not in that seat. So for the leadership currently who are women, I mean, sometimes I feel sad when you see women being told turn and dance, in stages. I mean, you forget you're holding this seat for others. So you're actually giving people charcoal and firewood to come and persecute us. And use it against us, city.
Yeah. On that issue of turn and dance for the people, like at what point do you also just get to a point and say, no, guys, I'm in this political outfit, but there are some things I just won't do.
Paul, when you get in bed with a crocodile, what do you think the crocodile is going to do? What do you think it's going to tickle your toes?
I mean, it should.
Or you think it's going to offer you something to drink? It'll eat you. The company you keep, you keep the company because you've made a decision. That's the company you want to keep. If you didn't understand them well, your association with them over time should educate you as to the sort of people that you're relating to. So, again, the politician in this country represents some of the vilest male politicians, especially the vilest attributes a human being can have. They disregard the law, they disregard the mandate they are given, they disregard the delegation of powers. Everything about them is despicable. So we start with the despicability, then we now look at one who is less despicable. So it's not as though they are wonderful, less. I'm saying predominantly men because that is the case. Most women MPs, how many do you hear of them being involved or elected leaders in these huge scandals that we hear? No. Do you hear of elected women leaders shooting people? No. Do you hear them being involved in a scandal that makes you hold your head and wonder, what on earth was this person thinking? No. So the point being, how do you run away from this reality that the men we elect, the predominant male population of men whom we elect, they are represented well by others in the things that they do, and that's what makes me define them. They know what is right, they're legislators, but they choose not to do that which is right. So how else can you describe such people?
You were saying something about holding these positions in trust.
Yeah, they're holding these positions in trust.
Yeah.
And so when you're holding a position in trust, because of where we've come from as a country, then you should be able to make life easier, even for those coming, meaning you're holding that seat with the decorum and dignity it deserves. So you don't have that special ground, like the way the men get away with doing all these things. You should understand that my seat, whatever actions I do, will be taken against a number of women who are behind me or who will ever at one point come vie for those seats. So for me, that is the most important thing. And number two, also know the irreducible minimums. Like, it is still my take. It is quite unfair, like I said, when a woman commits a mistake, the way it is overhyped. In fact, they'll overanalyze it. But I wish the same accord would be done for both, so that any member of parliament who does something wrong, or any leader, be it male or female, they get the same attention, because then that means we are moving to a society where we are able to address issues rather than personality. Because like I said, there are men who are doing a fantastic job, perhaps, and there are women, perhaps, doing a fantastic job. But there are also some who are letting us down. Like that one I'm saying of people being told to dance, it is to ridicule the women. It is actually a sign of disrespect. It means you're being used as tools. We just want to show, it is quite condescending.
Asha, the communities we have in this country and the male domination of it, when you extend that to how it is they relate to women, how they view women, the example we keep giving is a manifestation of that person's background and his upbringing, and how it is accepted within the community that it probably comes from, how it is women should be treated. You see, there are norms that we must reject in totality, and we should not even entertain and even find reason to justify it in whatever way. Because at what point does a fellow human being become a subhuman just because they're female? How? And every living human being, including those men, have mothers and sisters. and female. I mean, there's certain basic concepts that if somebody doesn't have it, then you wonder, why should such a person actually have any position of authority? Who what in their right mind should want to delegate authority to this particular individual when that is the mindset that they have? Because they cannot possibly serve the interest of that community in its entirety.
And that same person has a wife at home, has daughters, I'm presuming. So what picture are you trying to say? That's why I say it is good when you see it is city's daughter, but you're not looking at your own daughter. Yeah. So does that show? And I like how City puts it, because like I said, we did the empowerment for the girl child, but also forgot to have a conversation and candid in terms of how we raise our children at home. Because that also shapes a child who's raised, like City put it, to respect women, will not condescend to what we've seen, calling a woman to actually just come and, do
dance and make rounds on the stage.
Yeah. I mean, it comes back to some moral upbringing that as a society we must also look at keenly.
Yeah.
Paul, I grew up in a home where we had a mother who did not separate duties. I have sisters. Everybody did the same thing, and everybody had their turn. So any nonsense that you may have picked up somewhere along the way, it will be simply erased from your mind. When I was in standard 5 and 6, we would be given money with my sister, my immediate follower, and we would go and shop for the family. We walk, shop, come back. You become so good at it, you even know how to bargain, what to buy cheaply. And it's a basket, and you have the two of you have to carry it. And there's a list. Now, it is really a very serious training. You don't see it at that point in time, but it is. As you walk, you're busy talking. As you come back, you're busy talking. But responsibility is inculcated, but the respect that you have for your sister is also inculcated. Now, if you look at the way we bring up children even now, you really need to ask the question, do parents bring up the children understand this? Do they know that what they are doing now is going to impact on these children when they are older? These fellows why do you think the story of the femicide matters that we've had to deal with in this country, how do you think those things come about? There are men who actually hate women. Why?
Others are just entitled.
Yes. These are things, call them social constructs, but they're things that people are introduced to at a certain point in their lives. Now, you don't know they exist until it is manifested.
Yeah.
I still remember one of the first things that happened when I went to university. I was talking to a friend of mine from my neck of the woods. Now, he didn't have the advantage I had of having lived and grown up in an urban center, so I mixed with people. He had gone to school mostly in a predominantly region of Luoland where we came from. And by the second week, he called me aside and told me, hey, my brother, there are very many people who are not Luos here. That's not what the term he used. The term he used was Jomwa, people who are not like us. And I said, this country doesn't just have Luos, there are other people. He says, yes, I know, but there are very many. Now, you see, he was relating what he was reacting to. He had never encountered this. And he found it strange. But education does that for you. It opens you up to things that previously you were not able to understand. Now, when somebody refuses to change, it is because the position they have offers them privilege. That's why I talked about privilege. So they do not see any need to change. But if they can understand that the change also comes with benefits, then change is made possible.
This thing called patriarchy, how are we going to delete it from our system?
I think it also starts from where City, maybe I can pick from where City left.
Yes.
Even domestic violence. When you look at domestic violence, it starts from a child who grew up seeing the father beating the mother. So it's normal for me even to slap my sisters. Nobody will hold me to accountability. And when I have my own home, it is the same. So it is more of what happens, like City put it, at a tender age. My example, for example, I come from a home where we are only 3 daughters. And coming from a very patriarchal nature of a societal setup, my late father was told you have girls, you should have another wife and get boys and this and this. But my father was very firm. He said, my children are my children, regardless of whether they are male or female. I am content. Down the line, the time I got admitted to the bar, the same people who had sons are the first people to say, kumbe you knew what you're doing. So it is more of a change starts from a certain point in life. But for me, it is now bringing the awareness and telling parents, even now, because the generation we are raising now, at a certain point, will take the helm of this country to another level. We must admit that. So are we starting from a point of telling our daughters, it is okay to shrink? It is okay, there are conversations you're not supposed to have. It is okay for your siblings, your big brother to beat you up. It is okay. In fact, there are cultures where if your husband doesn't beat you up, there is a problem. But it is a symbol of love. So how are we addressing such things? So for me, patriarchy can only be solved on two grounds. One is actually implementing this 2010 constitution. There is no way you're going to tell a man who grew up knowing he's everything and a woman's place is the kitchen, and you come and tell him, now we've thought about it, we want to allow women sit at the leadership table. It won't happen. So one, it is now that implementing so that you have no choice. Like the way now people have accepted, women rep seats are there. You might not like it, you can quarrel at the end of the day, but they're there. Number two is also, as a society, having these conversations from a family setup. And why I say a family setup, I just told you, I'm one person who my father loved me dearly. And I'm very sure every father loves the daughter dearly. So start the conversation from your own home. That also, the same opportunities accorded to your sister should be the same accorded to your son, should be the same accorded to your daughter. Sometimes you find, and I'm sure even you people have come across, there are families where if a fraternal twins, a boy and a girl, and I know that because that's the situation in my best friend's home. A boy and a girl both pass. Okay, finish Form 4, going to the university. The girl will be told, somea pa local, kijana pelekwe, ngambo. That preference. Yet, actually, the girl scored better than the boy. But that patriarchy. So the conversation should start from our households. But the second one is just that one, that we must implement. Sheria imesema. Na unajua sheria ni msumeno. Inafaa ikate mbele na nyuma, but sometimes in our country, inakata nyuma peke yake, it forgets the front part.
Ama ina decide mbele na nyuma inasaulika.
No, sana ni nyuma, which is wananchi. You try and steal a chicken or a goat. You'll face, but wakufanya big scandals, ya mbele, it is never touched.
Someone has asked you a question. I think it has poted. Riddle me this. It's been provided for that anyone of any gender can vie for any political seat. Why do we need a 2/3 rule? Nakuru County has one gender from governor to woman rep. So why do we need the 2/3? I think that's the question that Shariki was asking.
Does he understand the 2/3 gender rule, what it means?
Ukiona ameuliza ni kumaanisha ajui.
Ndio anaelewa.
Ama anaelewa ni vile tu.
There's something they understand and he has observed something and he's asking, so how do we relate this to? Remember, all the governor seat was contested by men as well. The lady won. The Senate seat was contested by men. They won. So when you talk about the 2/3 gender rule,
it's affirmative.
Yes, exactly. It is not necessarily for that county. County only has one senator, one governor. So that rule would apply to parliament. It would apply to the National Assembly. It would apply to the Senate. That's where it would come in. So this one individual whom you're speaking of contributes to the larger number in the Senate. And we don't have the 2/3 gender rule represented in the Senate.
We only have 3 senators elected, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
And that makes it difficult because the nominated ones don't vote on key things.
No,
so imagine 3 votes vis-a-vis 44. So actually for me, I feel that one, there is no shortcut. And for Nakuru, I think it's a classical example that these ladies also went to the ballot. The people of Nakuru saw fit to elect these 2 women. Whether they re-elect them or not is now up to them. But it just gives an example that Nakuru is way ahead, and I think other counties should now allow also women on elective seats.
What if in the next election things change?
Change how exactly?
Like, what if they end up voting all of those positions that he has mentioned, all men?
Well, that's what they will have done, won't it? remember, the moment you allow people to vote, you are telling people to make the choice that they want. The understanding behind affirmative action was that the women would rise to the occasion, and that the political discourse that is required for you to convince people to vote for you is something they will have understood, and so they will participate on a platform that is close to being equal. Okay? That is the understanding. These things take a bit of time. And then culturally, again, let me give you an example of my background, the culture I come from. When there were community issues, there was a big gathering, and in those gatherings, everybody was allowed. You were allowed to speak, and when you are finished, you ask, "Are you through?" Then somebody else will be allowed to speak. Women were allowed to speak at such functions. They could talk. They could also give their views. Why do you think the first woman mayor we ever had in this country came from that region? First woman MP came from that region. That ability to talk to men, not just people, was part and parcel of the culture. It was not considered to be something that somebody needed to fight off so many people. It was already part and parcel of it. Now, you will find that with the advent of time, there are very many people from that particular region I come from, and the women, extremely vocal. It's not accidental.
Yeah.
Men are also very vocal. It's not accidental. When you come from a community where issues are debated in public and people are allowed to speak, you are already training people in public speaking without necessarily telling them you're treating them. And you're already training people in airing their views in public where they can be critiqued. So it isn't accidental that you find a community of people who are that vocal. It's not accidental.
True.
Culturally, you can see. The other cultures where people don't do that, those discussions are left to a few individuals to more or less determine. They tend to be called elders. Beyond the elders deciding, everybody else more or less, you're being told, once the elders have decided, you shut up. So, again, that will influence the way you relate to other people in this delightful 21st century that we have. The affirmative action recognizes the need for a change to be made and the importance of it.
You know, there are societies where women are actually like the heads of the family. For example, there's a country kwa Indian Ocean inaitwa Mayotte, where the women are actually the ones who are what we here have as our fathers. So they make the big decisions. They decide what is happening where and with who and when. And I was just thinking of this comment that has been written here by Wanyonyi. Wanyonyi nasema, you cannot delete patriarchy in its entirety because it's fundamental in any progressive society. Everything has extremes. It's moderation in everything that matters. Yeah, so he's right.
He's referring to understanding masculinity and femininity in the context of the time in which we live in. Okay?
Yeah.
Once you understand that, and you also understand the equity where privilege is concerned, then you will find that communities who have understood it without these definitions, we call them roles. You'll find that roles are defined, and if you look carefully at the division of roles, the women actually still had those particular communities. Look at communities that were predominantly polygamous. That first wife, in many instances, had even more power than the husband, because the women in that family more or less kowtowed to her. So those structures existed and they worked. In this century, where we have all these influences, the rethink is what we are talking about now. How do we apply ourselves to the times in which we live in so that we can benefit most from the decision that we make?
Yeah.
And we are saying, let everybody be included. Let everybody be given that opportunity.
Yeah. Well explained, CT. One last question. Bashir, don't you think this is more of a cultural issue than a political issue? That means 47 different ones at least. How does she suggest we go about it? 47 different counties, so that means 47 different cultures at the very least. Of course, there we have more tribes that have got even deeper, more cultural issues. But I mean, if it, according to the viewer, if it is more of a cultural issue than it is political, perhaps we need a different kind of solution to...
And 2010 Constitution paved the way for that solution by putting the affirmative action. And just to put it perspective, affirmative, it's either gender. So the day Parliament is full of women, the boy child will also say, no, we need to implement the 2/3.
Yeah.
So just to answer him, the 2010 constitution cured that. The only thing we are lacking is now, because 47 tribes, let's put it like that, different cultures and different ways of handling things. The only way you can put a national conversation is now use the constitution 2010 to actually implement. So I repeat, we have the best and most robust constitution. Our only problem is implementation. So if we implement that, people get used to it. We already started with the women rep seats. It's already in place. Like I said, people might not like it, but it is there. So it will be able to solve this problem as we also go back to where we come from, in our own languages, see how best we can raise the families where either we are raising now or where we've come from to have this candid conversation. Yes.
Pare Wandolo says social media is eroding interpersonal skills, while a lack of mentorship is failing men in how they relate to women. Meanwhile, child rearing has been outsourced to house helps.
I actually agree with him because what has been happening, I give talks at the schools, different schools and higher education levels. And one of the things I realized is that parents delegate parenting right now. The mother and the father are very busy, you know, and a long time ago, a child was owned by the society. So if CT finds my child, he will deal with that child if that child made a mistake. Right now, it's different. So what happens? I am busy, the father is busy, the children are left to parent themselves. The house help, just like the teacher, has one duty. I was told to clean, to make sure I've cooked food. So whatever happens to this child, so at school, the teacher is also there. Mine, I was paid to impact knowledge. So I must finish my syllabus and deliver.
I'm done.
So that child, kidogo katikati, gets lost. And now they're exposed to things and situations, and that's why you also see the mental health at the highest. So this is a situation created by the current parenting system. And I think I would urge parents to have more time with their children.
Which seat are you vying for next year?
I will be going for the Langata parliamentary seat. Yes.
All right. Good for you.
Thank
We wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Umeshaanza kufanya groundwork?
Tunafanya groundwork. Yes.
Na najua, of course, because you're SecGen of PLP, that means you are vying on a PLP ticket.
Yes.
We wish you all the best as far as that is concerned.
Thank you
Any
so much.
parting shots as far as women in leadership is concerned before we close up?
My parting shot to the issue of women is simple. Just like, and I want to pair it, women, youth, SIGs, minority, marginalized, all of them. Leadership is not given, it's taken. Leadership is not inherited. You create the space for yourself. So if you wait, for example, and I'm sorry, CT, I like using your example. If I say I'm waiting for CT to retire so that I can get that, CT will wait forever. CT might decide I'll continue aging like fine wine. So leadership is not inherited. And that is a problem we're facing in Africa, where we feel, we just saw Cameroon with beer, you know, it feels like we have to wait for inheritance and in other African countries. So my parting shot is those two, that we must take up these spaces and we must also learn how to get mentored, because that's also another challenge. I find most young people who want to enter both in the political space and even in private spaces from a professional point, you must also learn from those who've been there. You cannot say I know everything. So please take up. Don't wait for inheritance. It won't happen.
All right.
Yes.
There you have it. That is Aisha Bashir. She is the SecGen of the People's Liberation Party. But this is where we come to a stop as far as today's conversation is concerned. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul.